Hi friends. I hope your mood has been elevated by this nice, whimsical, upbeat tune. I don't know why I wanted to torture you before the start of the stream. Gosh, I really didn't think that one through, huh? Tonight's probably gonna be the last night of Steins Gate. I am very close to the end of the branch. Though it may not seem like I gotta turn off this music. Hold on. Oh god, where's that? Oh no. Oh, just a little bit of silence for just a second. Anyways, hi friends. I don't even have my chat up. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. There we go. But I figured you could use a nice uplifting segment before we get into the sad. We are on the final branch of Steins Gate 0. If you weren't here yesterday, don't worry, you didn't miss a damn thing. If you saw the Gehenna Stigma ending, because it has almost been one for one the exact same chapter up to this point. There were a few extra scenes. There was a brief scene with Kaguri where she was interacting with Moeka and she sounded a lot like Yuki for some reason. So, give me just a sec, let me make sure everything's ready and we'll get started. Whoa, hey, welcome everyone. This is the end of Steins Gate 0. If you don't want spoilers for it, it's about to happen. Just so you know. Oh, I almost let the intro play. It's ruined. I'm sorry. But yeah, yesterday there was a scene with Kaguri. Just being an asshole, taking orders from the voice of God in her head that still hasn't been explained, but I think it's going to be explained very soon. Other than that, was there anything else new? Whoa, shit! Thanks, Anonymous. That's very generous of you. Am I ready to play the video games yet? No. Okay, now I am. Hopefully I actually saved last night when I ended the game. I can't exactly remember. Kaguri was gaslighting Moeka. Yeah, that's about it. So we found out that Kaguri gave her a new phone with orders from FB. And I think that's the only thing that's changed so far. It's been the same thing. Fubuki's still in the hospital. We know that Dr. Leskinen is having a lot of fun and collecting patients to research reading Steiner further. And that's... what else? That's about it. Which one is the save for the video game? Hold on, I don't know where I left off. We were on Pandora's box, I think. I made a couple of saves. Pandora's box. This seems right. We'll do this. Hopefully that's the one. That doesn't seem right. I don't think that's correct. Hold on, let me see where this was. Yeah, I don't think this one's right. Yeah, this was like looking at a blue sky. Thank you for remembering. I saw the hospital setting. I was like, click, that's the one. Oh. Borderless. Do it. It's the last saves. There's a lot of places to fucking save in this game. Alright. I can do it. Continue. Load. Presage or recognize. I think this is it. That extra 5 minutes there makes me think that's right. When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. The news had been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years. And then on the first Sunday in July... No! Get out of here. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me make sure I'm not downloading illegal hentai right now. Okay, I'm not. Cool. Great. The arrivals lobby at the international terminal of Narita Airport was filled with foreigners and Japanese passengers returning home. How's a man supposed to download his Linux ISOs?
日曜日の空港を侮ってたにゃ。
見逃すなよ、マヨリー、フェリス。なんせ相手はとにかくちっちゃいからな。
The three of us are waiting for someone here. Hold on. Sorry, can't go today. Yeah, it's good that you're not here. You had something to do, it's alright. I hope I can see Maho-san before she leaves. I'll ask how long she's staying and contact you later. Thank you. We've been here almost an hour.
オカリン、今の問題発言は彼女に言いつけざるを得ないぞ。
冗談だ、やめてくれ。
でも、なかなか来ないね。やっぱりサプライズでこっそり出迎えようとしたのが間違いだったのかにゃ。
せめて何時の便で到着するのかぐらいは聞いておくべきだったな。
We hadn't told her that we were coming to greet her. And so all we knew was that she was arriving at Narita on an afternoon flight. If I known we were going to have to wait so long, I would have tried to get her arrival time out of her. Oops. There was a stream of passengers flowing by us, but no sign of the person we were waiting for. Just as I was starting to wonder if I'd missed her, because she was so small, she finally appeared. Or more precisely, I saw a giant travel suitcase rolling all by itself away from the gate. And from behind it, I heard a voice I recognized.
パスポートの偽造なんかしてないわ。なんなのよ。毎回どの国へ行ってもいちいち調べられて時間がかかって仕方ないわ。
I walked up to the suitcase and gave it a pat.
いや、ジョーさん。
Maho had been leaning forward and pushing the suitcase as hard as she could. Her mouth hung open when she saw me.
久しぶり。無事入国できてよかったな。
あなた。
なんか随分やつれてるな。大丈夫か？
大丈夫に決まって。ってそうじゃないわ。どうしてここに？
今日の昼に来るって話してただろ。だから驚かせようと思って迎えに来たんだ。
そうな なの？それはどうもどうも。
For some reason, her voice became really weird the moment she saw me. Was my being here really that much of a surprise?
でも秋葉原駅までは行けるから改札口に迎えに来てくれればいいって言っておいたのに。
まあいいじゃないか。せっかくだし。
The background guy's mullet looks a lot like Okabe on the intro
心
screen.
配だったから。
失礼ね。私はそんなに頼りなくないわ。
Mayuri and Ferris came up as well.
てってれトゥてってれ。会いたかったにゃー、マホにゃー。
As Mayuri grabbed Maho's hand, Ferris walked up and gave her a big hug.
マユリさんもフェイリスさんもお久しぶり。
I'm glad Mayuri got rid of her fucking ugly as hell winter hat.
二人もわざわざ迎えに来てくれたのね。
Can't look at it no
ありがと
more.
う。ちなみにこんな場所で大声でマホニャンと呼ぶのはやめてくれないかしら。
I like your new bucket hat. It's pretty good.
にゃんでかわいいのに。周りを見なさい。みんなが笑っているでしょ。恥ずかしいのよ。にゃ
Hold on, I gotta drink my coffee. Ferris really sticks out after all. While we've been waiting here, all the foreigners had been pointing at her and yelling, "Cat ears, cat ears!" Some had even asked for pictures. Wow, it's taking a really long time to get through this line.
ヤジョさん、荷物俺が持とう。
ええ、ありがとう。
でも結構急な来日だったよな。
It was only a few days ago that I found out she was coming.
今回もレスキネン教授の手伝いなのか？
ああ、その
Maho was fidgeting and glancing up at me.
岡部さんはレスキネン教授とはよく連絡を取り合っているの？
ああ、
Yeah, every day.
ずっとこっ
Why?
ちで研究を続けてるだろ。時々食事に誘ってもらったりしてるんだ。すごく光栄だよ。
そう。まずいわね。
まずい？何が？
こっちの話よ。
She really was acting weird. She wasn't like this when I saw her last winter. Was she tired from her trip? Or was seeing us here that much of a surprise?
今回は教授の手伝いではないの。沖縄の親類のところへ行く予定なのよ。でもせっかくだからその前に秋葉原にも寄ってみようかと思って。
そうか、沖縄か。
For a moment, the name of that place brought back visions of that nightmarish time. After I collapsed on Christmas, I was sent to another world line where I'd spent a month fleeing in Okinawa.
いいね、沖縄。一度でいいから行ってみたいな。マユシーの学校は修学旅行は沖縄じゃないのにゃ。マユシーのところはね、北海道だったよ。フェイリスはハワイにゃ。うわー、海外だ。アロハ。
Putting aside the girls and their talk of school trips,
じゃあヒアジョーさんは東京にはそんなにいられないのか？残念だな。
そうね、そういうことになるわね。秋葉原にいる間のホテルとかは決めてあるのかにゃ？まだよ。これから安いビジネスホテルでも探すつもり。だったらこのままフェイリスのお家に来るといいにゃ。 この前のお部屋自由に使ってもらって構わないにゃ。え、でもそんなの悪いわ。またそうやって遠慮するんやから、フェイリスは大歓迎だにゃ。だけどそんなに甘えるわけには。だったらこれでどうかにゃ。お部屋を無償で貸し出す代わりにフェイリスのお店でほんのちょっとだけお手伝いしてもらうのにゃ。お店？メイクインニャンニャンだね。まさかそれってあの猫耳のお店？その通りにゃ。
This is a really rough start for what I was expecting to be like the most climactic part of the game. Weird spot to leave off.
深刻な猫耳メイド不足なのにゃ。というわけで、マホにゃん、どうかにゃん。どうかにゃん。お断りします。なんでって当たり前でしょ。私に似合うわけないわ。似合うよ。絶対に可愛いと思うな、マユシーは。
We're going to Kamima? No, sorry. We're just gonna go for a bike ride.
意義なしだにゃ。オカリもそう思うにゃ。
ああ、きっとファンがつくんじゃないか。
ファンなんてそんな。お世辞は嫌いよ。
別にお世辞じゃないんだけどな。
だとしたら視力検査にでも行ってくることね。にゃにゃ、赤くなったにゃ。なってません。マホニャンはもっと自分の魅力に気づくべきだと思うにゃ。マユシーが男の子だったらキュンってしちゃうのです。だからそんなことないと言ってるのに。
ヒアジョーさんは多分もうちょっとなんというかおしゃれとかしてみたらいいんじゃないかな。そうすればもっとこう。
Damn. I was trying my best to sound encouraging, but just ended up sounding like a real jerk. Of course, she was annoyed.
私は今のままで十分よ。研究が第一なんだから。でもそれじゃあ好きな人とかできたらどうするのにゃ。相手に気持ちを伝えられなくて困っちゃうにゃ。大丈夫よ。そういう人なんてできないと思うから困ったりしないわ。
She gave a sigh that was a little too deliberate.
ごめんなさい。時差ボケと飛行機の疲れでちょっと。わかるにゃ。時差ボケって結構辛いんだにゃ。リムジンを用意してあるからマフニャンは眠っていくといいにゃ。リムジン？
Ferris had rented a white limo to pick up Maho. Sheesh, she really did go overboard. But thanks to that, Mayuri and I were able to enjoy its big comfy seats on the way to Narita Airport.
なんならフェイリスが膝枕してあげるにゃ。それともマユシーの膝がいいかにゃ。
For some reason, I thought Maho was a lot shorter. I think she's standing on a milk crate right now.
マユシーはオッケーだよ。結構よ。子供じゃあるまいし。
でも傍目から見てもだいぶ疲れてるってわかるな。そんなに研究が忙しいのか。
それはまあ掛け持ちしているわけだから。
掛け持ちというとアマデウス以外にも何かやっているのか。
あ、
She quickly put her hand over her mouth. This is the one after Pandora's box? No, we've already hit the branch. I don't know. I don't know what the name of this one is. I don't remember reading it. Either way, it's the last one that I have to do. It's the one opposite of Gehenna Stigma. The better ending of the two. It was true that American University Labs had a lot of stuff that was going on there. I'd heard there were a lot of industrial spies. If she wasn't careful about what she said, she might get fired or worse. It was a mistake on my part to even ask.
そういえば橋田さんは今日はどうしたの？
あいつなら今日は
Sorry, he's not allowed to be around you.
大事な用があってな。
人生をかけた？ダル君は今デート中なんだよ。
Whoa. Mahu's shock was almost comical.
私本当に疲れているのね。ひどい幻聴を聞いたわ。
いや、そう思うのも無理ないが。
本当にデートなのです。信じられない。嘘でしょ？あの変態が。
Even Maho was calling him a pervert. Daru had said that he was talking to Maho a lot too, and I could just imagine what their conversations were like. But actually, if Daru didn't do his best today, it would ruin the world's entire chain of causality. In that sense, Daru's date today was an event with universe-spanning implications. Where'd we go on the date? Is this date different than the last one? Nope. Alright. About half the seats at Go-Go Curry were full. It was Sunday, but it was also after 2 p.m. and so the lunchtime rush was over. Suzuha was sitting at the restaurant's far edge, a baseball cap pulled down over her face. She was hiding her face with a cap and carefully watching a couple sitting nearby. A cheerful employee put down 2 giant silver plates, or trays more accurately, in front of them. Suzuha could see the other customers looking at them and whispering. The couple really stood out after all. The man was a giant who looked like he ate major curry all the time, but the woman was slim, pretty, and looked very kind. The combination of huge man and slim woman was as unbalanced as the combination of pretty girl and major curry. The major curry was big. It was huge. Suzuha knew from experience. The massive silver trays were loaded with rice and curry and topped with 2 fried cutlets, fried shrimp, sausage, a boiled egg, and a mountain of cabbage. That sounds pretty fucking good right now. There was 2 or 3 times as much curry as you'd find in a normal dish, and the toppings were just as big. Even a growing young boy would find it hard to eat all of them. Suzuha was irritated.
一体なんで初デートの昼食がメジャーカレーなんだよ、お父さん。
The Beauty and the Beast couple that Suzuha was watching, of course, was Itaru and Yuki. In the morning, they'd gone to see a movie in Yurakucho. Then they'd come to Akihabara and gone straight to Go-Go Curry. Suzuha had followed them the whole time. And that's why she couldn't believe Itaru's choice of date spots.
私はゴーゴーカレーでも全く問題ないけど、というかむしろ好きな方だけど、せっかくの初デートなんだから、もうちょっと他に選択肢もあるだろう。
She clutched her spoon tight and gritted her teeth. Suzuha knew next to nothing about Japanese youth culture in 2011. And even if she knew it was a bad idea, or even she knew it was a bad idea, who knew what was going through Yuki's mind, or so Suzuha thought. But...
うわー、写真よりもすごいですね。
Surprisingly, Yuki was ignoring the people around her and innocently enjoying the huge curry.
あまねし、もし食べきれなかったら、 僕が食べてあげるですから。
This angle got Daru looking especially thick.
はい、ありがとうございます。けどこれでも私結構いけるんですよ。
そうですか。びっくりですよ。
実はいつもお店の外でメニューだけ見てて一度食べてみたかったんですよね。連れてきてもらえて嬉しいです。
それは実に良かったですよ。
お
Suzuha had evidently worried over nothing, but still she realized that Ataru was acting strangely. Ever since he'd come out of the movie theater, he was walking and talking strangely. Instead of his usual hunched posture, he was forcing himself to stand straight. His every movement seemed oddly forced, as if he were a broken robot. And he downed a glass after glass of water.
あ、ごめんなさい。私にもお水のおかわりを。
はいどうぞ。
ありがとうございます。
Ataru poured water into Yuki's cup. Suzuha had a bad feeling. And she was right. Ataru was moving so awkwardly that he almost spilled water on her hands. Oh gosh, I guess I'll have to lick it up, I guess.
大丈夫ですか？
ええ、ちょっと手が濡れただけですから。それより早く食べましょう。
Yuki quickly wiped down the table with her handkerchief and grabbed her fork and spoon. There were stars in her eyes.
それじゃあいただきます。
いただきます。
Yuki seemed to be really enjoying her meal, but Itaru was very formal and quiet. He was taking little nibbles out of a piece of fried cutlet, like a squirrel eating a nut. The whole time, they weren't saying a word.
一体何をやってるんだ父さんは。あんなんじゃ母さんに愛想つかされちゃうよ。
She decided to send him a message on Rhyme telling him to get his act together. And she'd just taken out her phone when...
はい、メジャーカレールーマシーお待たせしました。
A huge plate was laid on the table in front of her. The other customers started murmuring again. Come to think of it, when she'd followed them into the store, she ordered her usual major curry with extra roux, and then forgotten about it. Now everybody was going to focus on her. In a small shop like this, it was suicide.
あら？
Almost got away from it for just like a minute. Oh well. Just as she expected, her eyes met Yuki's.
鈴葉さん、いたんですか？偶然だね、ゆきさん、兄さん。声かけてくれればよかったのに。いや、気がつかなかったんだよ、全然。
She realized that she should probably leave, but couldn't go without at least taking a bite of her major curry in front of her. Her experience in the war had left her completely unable to waste food. She felt Yuki and Ataru staring at her as she reluctantly picked up her spoon.
とまあ、そういうことなんで、二人ともごゆっくり。
Her only choice was to finish her extra large curry as soon as possible. She couldn't let herself be in the way. But instead, Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate.
すみません、店員さん。お友達なんですけど、席を移ってもいいでしょうか？
I don't know, bro. I think the clown music's easily gotta be like 30% of the game time. I don't feel like I'm even exaggerating.
はいどうぞ。
I really like the soundtrack for this game. There's a lot of really good songs, but then there's this fucking one.
OK ですって。一緒に食べましょうよ。ちょっと、なんでって、ほら、鈴葉さんもメジャーカレーじゃないですか。これはぜひ勝負せねばと思って。 はあ？審判は橋田さんにやってもらいましょう。
And before Suzuha could respond, Yuki had moved her plate over to the table.
いや、
She had no choice but to follow, but before she sat down, she whispered in Yuki's ear.
デート中なんだよね。え？あ、そうです。デート中です。改めて言われると照れますね。
Itaru didn't react at all, even though she was sure he'd overheard that. What's my favorite curry topping? I've never had curry outside of like the box golden curries that you can get at the grocery store. I don't fucking know what you can even get on them. I usually just put like some carrots and potato in there and then yep, that's done.
デート中に他の女とカレーの早食い対決したりするもんなの？さあ、どうでしょう。でもほら、アニメとかコミックスとかにそういうのありません？お兄ちゃんを取られたくない妹が彼女さんに向かって勝負だみたいなの。
Whoa, this is just like an anime. For some reason, Yuki seemed incredibly enthused. Suzuha was overwhelmed by her energy.
知らないってば。そういうものなの？兄さん。
I think our grocery store only has one. There's 3 different heat intensities of that one brand of curry. I've never seen any other ones.
兄さん？
I was talking to someone a while back and they're like, bro, get some cocoa curry. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll look into that. And if you go and try to buy some on like Amazon, it's like $40. It's like, He awkwardly turned his head to face her. The rest of him stayed completely still.
なんか言った。
どうしたのさ？なんかおかしいよ。
どうもしてないお。おかしくないお。
Suzuha glanced back at Yuki. And for the first time, Yuki looked concerned. In the end, Yuki and Suzuha did have their curry eating contest, and surprisingly, both of them finished their meals. Suzuha won by a very small margin, but the battle was exciting enough that not only the other customers, but the staff as well were applauding at the end. But the whole time, Itaru kept eating by himself. What a great date. Since this wasn't even a conversation, let alone a date, she sent Itaru home alone. Part of her wanted to demand Itaru explain himself right now, but she decided to talk to Yuki instead. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far in order to keep her identity a secret, but it was July now. She would be gone from this era very soon. This might be her last chance to talk to Yuki at all. Yuki sighed a little after Itaru left.
私、もしかしたら気に障るようなことをしちゃったのかもしれません。橋田さん、私といてもあんまり楽しくないみたいだったから、単に緊張してただけじゃないかな。でも映画を見る前は楽しそうにお話ししてくれてたんですよ。それが映画の後はすっかりよそよそしくなってしまって、私何か間違っちゃったのかな。カレー屋さんに連れて行ってもらったのも私のリクエストだったんですけど、ずっとあの調子だったからさすがにちょっと困ってしまって、それで偶然お店にいた鈴葉さんに助けを求めたというわけです。
What had happened inside the theater? Suzuha hadn't followed them inside. She spent about 2 hours killing time outside.
あのさ、ゆきさんは なんで兄さんのこと好きになったの？いや、私が言うのもなんだけど、あんまりモテるタイプじゃないじゃん、兄さんって。鈴葉さんはお兄さんのことどう思います？私？好きですか？嫌いですか？好きですよね。見ていればわかります。まあ、
There were parts of him that she didn't like, but of course she loved her dad.
で、私のことは別にどうでもいいじゃないか。それで、ユキさんは？私はまだ好きかどうかもよくわからないです。
Damn.
そっか。
Not only had Itaru not told Yuki he liked her, this was still their first date, and they hadn't spoken that much before either. She hadn't even reached the point where she saw him as a member of the opposite sex. For almost a year, Suzuha had stayed with him, and she, Mayuri, and Ferris had done everything they could to get the two of them together, but there hadn't been any real progress. Suzuha felt uneasy when she thought about the future. Maybe her dad wouldn't be her dad anymore. Maybe her mom wouldn't be her mom anymore. Dad and mom wouldn't be together. She imagined that future.
そんなの嫌だ。
She looked straight into Yuki's eyes.
私さ、もうすぐここからいなくなるんだ。ちょっと遠いところに引っ越すんだよね。そうなんですか？多分戻ってこないと思う。心配なんだ、父さん、兄さんのこと。だからさ、ユキさん、こんなこと私が頼むのもおかしな話なんだけど。
And then she bowed deeply.
橋田至をよろしくお願いします。
Oh. There was no answer from Yuki. Suzuha looked up, afraid, and tried to gauge the expression on her face. She looked kind of lonely and kind of sad.
私はどうしたいんでしょうね。
Yuki whispered, and then Suzuha.
もう、
Okay.
どうするんだよ。これじゃ破局の危機だよ。まだ始まってもいないけど。
As soon as she got back to the lab, she yelled at her useless father.
うおー、すずはごめんな。橋だけはもうダメなんだお。
しょぼくれてるんじゃない。シャレじゃ済まないんだ。とりあえず今日はなんであんな態度を取ったのかしっかり説明して。
This music's gonna play during the last scene, and I'm just gonna turn off the game and just leave.
今朝出かけるときはあんなに楽しそうだったじゃないか。母さんだって映画の途中までは普通だったって言ってたし。一体何があったの？
いや、それがさ、聞いてくれよ。映画の座席って狭いじゃん。だから僕、天音氏の邪魔にならないようにと思ってできるだけ椅子の端っこに寄って座ってたんだよね。そしたら椅子がベキっていって壊れそうになって。で慌てて体を支えようとして肘掛けを掴んだんだけど、それが肘掛けじゃなくて天音氏のその手だったんだお。
そんなこと母さん一言も言ってなかったけど。
嘘じゃないよ。あの柔らかい感触は肘掛けのはずがない。 女の子の手に決まってる。
そう。
ただ僕、女の子と手をつなぐなんて2次元ならともかく3次元じゃほとんど経験なくて。
それでどうしたの？
天音優しいからさ、僕を傷つけないようにと思ったのか、その手を振りほどかないんだお。僕ってこの体型じゃん。手汗とかかきまくりじゃん。ベッタベッタになるわけじゃん。なのに天音何にも言わずそのままで、なんかそれからすごく意識するようになっちゃって。
ああ、なるほどね。それであんなにポンコツになってたのか。
天音もきっと心の中でキモいうざい話せ変態って思ってたに違いないよ。
母さんはそんな人間じゃないよ。
In fact, from the way she was acting, she probably thought she'd upset him somehow. The problem was what she'd said.
私はどうしたいんでしょうね。
What did she mean by that?
母さんがわからない。
すずはこうなったら母さんのことは諦めて僕と二人で仲良く生きていこう。
言ってることがめちゃくちゃだよ。そもそも私はどうやって生まれてくればいいんだ。
でも無理だって。
父さんが頑張らないでどうするの？このピンチをチャンスに変えるんだよ。
She grabbed her father by the collar and shook him.
出ないと。
She remembered how sad Yuki had looked when they said goodbye.
出ないと取り返しがつかないことになるよ。
ですよね。
And then she heard a car park in front of the lab. She recognized the voice coming from below the window.
お、フェイリスさんの声じゃね？
Suzuha let go of Itaru's collar and moved over to the window. Below, she saw a group of people she knew. Okabe Rintaro, Shina Mayuri, Ferris Nyanyan, and Hiyajo Maho too.
ヒヤジョウさん、もう到着してたのか。でもなんでオカリンおじさんたちと一緒なんだろう。
I know, I saw short sleeve Okabe. I didn't want to draw attention to it. I didn't want anyone to get too scared thinking there was a fucking skeleton on screen. And then she gave a start. And turned back toward the room.
まずいよ、それ出しっぱなし。
Suzuha pointed toward the desk in the development room, where the phone wave named subject to change Unit 02 was sitting.
あ、やばいやばい、覚醒。
オキドキ。
If nothing else, that meant that Hiyajo Maho was coming to the future gadget lab. Suzuha hoped that this meant that work on the phone wave named subject to change would get back on track. Oh, alright. Oh, I guess this chapter starts now. I was pretty close to the end. There was a small explosion and the room was filled with smoke.
ゲホゲホゲホ、大きいゲホ動機。
Maho crawled into the living room. Itaru rushed to the opened the window and she heard a man who was probably the building's owner yell up at them.
させん。電子レンジが爆発したんですよ。
Ataru poked his head out and apologized to the man below. It took a minute, but the owner was finally satisfied and the argument ended.
それにしてもビビった。
As Ataru wiped away the sweat, she saw that his face and clothes were both covered in soot.
ビビったじゃないわよ。
Maho was no different. Some of her hair had been burnt off, and the white lab coat she'd gone through all the trouble to get had turned pitch black.
どういうことか説明して。なぜいきなり煙を吹いたの？
電子レンジが原因だと思われ、粗大ゴミで捨てられてたのを拾ってきたやつだから、どこかショートしたのかも。
拾ってきたって、あなたね。私たちが作ろ
No,
う
it's
と
a
してい
free
るのは
microwave. What
人
the
類
heck?
史に名を残すレベルの大発明なのよ。なのになんで粗大ゴミを部品に使っているの？
業務用の電子レンジは高いのだぜ。
信じられない。私のクレジットカードを使ってもいいからなんとかしなさい。
Maho didn't have that much money, but this was no time to be cheap.
それは助かるよ。
Maho wiped her soot-covered face with a towel. The towel turned black immediately.
もう我慢できないわ。エアコンを入れるわよ。
それは無理。電話レンジカッコ仮2号機と一緒に稼働させるとブレーカーが落ちるんで。つうかそのエアコン電気代がとんでもないことになるから1日1時間しか使うの禁止って言ったっしょ。
These working conditions were abysmal. Was Kurisu really able to create the time leap machine under these circumstances? Just thinking about it gave her even more respect for Kurisu.
わかったわよ。でも髪まですすまみれだからシャワーを借りたいのだけれど。
どうぞどうぞ。
もしちょっとでも覗くような真似をしたらすぐに鈴葉さんに連絡するから、そのつもりで。
そんなことしないって。
For some reason, Ataru responded to Maho's warning by sighing and slumping his shoulders.
つうか僕は今そういう冗談に付き合っていられるほど心の余裕はないよ。
Maho hadn't meant it as a joke. She was extremely serious.
昇進の僕は今週はエロゲすら立ってる状態なんで。
Oh no! She'd heard from Suzuha that the day she'd arrived in Japan, Ataru had screwed up bad on a date. It was true that Ataru was a lot quieter than his usual self. Mayuri had even said Daru-kun not playing H games must be an omen of some impending natural disaster. But either way, she didn't have time for his negativity, so she mostly ignored him and went to the shower room. Sorry, the hyphen there threw me off. Since Suzuha used the shower regularly, it was relatively clean. There was a good selection of body soap and shampoo, and Suzuha told her she could use it as she liked.
まったく、せっかくの七夕だっていうのに、なんでこんなすすまみれになってないといけないのかしら。
That day was indeed Tanabata. Actually, Maho had been secretly looking forward to this day. Since she lived in America for so long, she was interested in Japan's traditional summer holiday. She was especially interested in the famous story of Orihime and Hikoboshi. I guess we finally learned about these after they've been talked about so many fucking times before. Hikoboshi, a boy who appeared in the legend of Tanabata. In Japan, Altair, the brightest star of the constellation Aquila, is referred to the Natsu Hikoboshi star, summer male star. The star Vega, or Hime, is separated from Altair by the Milky Way, And the legend says that only on Tanabata can they cross it and come together. Originally a Chinese legend. Is this the same? Nope. Orihime, a girl who appears in the legend of Tanabata. Orihime is the daughter of the Tinte Emperor of Heaven and was given the name Orihime Weaver Girl because of her mastery of the loom. She is married to Hikoboshi, also known as Natsu Hikoboshi, but the Tinte decree that they would only be allowed to meet once a year on July 7th of the old Japanese calendar. That probably would have been nice to know before. Oh well. Since she was here, she sort of wanted to try writing down a wish too. She didn't want to bring it up herself because she didn't want anyone thinking of her as a child, or of her as childish, but Mayuri, Ferris, and the other girls seemed like they wanted to do something like that. Part of her had hoped they'd invite her too. That's why it hurt so much to be spending the hot summer afternoon in the lab with Ataru, covered in soot. She was thinking about that as she washed herself off when... Oh no. She could hear Ataru calling from outside. Maho's mind started to race. She'd been told that Okabe rarely came to the lab anymore. In fact, after he dropped her off here on the first day, he hadn't come by even once. That's why she'd felt safe going in and out of the lab, but... That's how she explained her visit to Okabe. If he found out that she was working on the phone wave named subject to change with Hitaru, there'd be trouble. After she was sure Hitaru was gone, she quickly washed the bubbles from the body soap off her body. Her long hair was still wasn't dry, but there wasn't time for that. She wiped herself off with the towel and was about to leave the shower room when she heard the door open.
Yo,
He was here already. She quickly shut the door to the shower room again. But then she looked down and saw that she was naked. Her clothes were lying on the floor past the door. There was no way that she could get them without Okabe seeing her. Her only choice was to stay hidden, completely undressed, and wait for him to leave.
Yo, Daru.
Hasn't even been an hour since the last shower scene. It hasn't been that many since the last Maho naked scene. Daru greeted me as I came inside the lab. He seemed to be in kind of a hurry.
Ah, Okarin ka. 一人で来るなんて珍しいじゃん。
The room smelled kind of like smoke. And someone must have been using the shower room because the smoky smell was mixed with the scent of soap. But whoever it was, it definitely wasn't Daru. His face and clothes were blackened with soot. I thought it might be Suzuha, but the lights in the shower room were turned off.
何してたんだ？お前真っ黒だぞ。
ああ、これはこの前粗大ゴミの電子レンジを拾ってきたんだよね。で、さっきそれで コンビニ弁当を温めてたら爆発した。
爆発って、大丈夫か？
ブラウン氏に怒られたお。
あまり目をつけられるなよ。いつ追い出されるかわからないんだから。そんなことになれば、お前はともかく鈴葉は行くところがなくなるだろう。
そうだね。で、今日はどうしたん？マユシなら来てないけど。
お前に話があるんだ。朗報だぞ。
だが断る。
まだ何も言ってないだろ
う。オカリンの持ってきた話がまともだったことなんて一度もないんで。
まあ聞けって。昨日の夜さ、レスキネン教授と食事に行ったんだ。
Oh, okay.
留学の話になったんだけど。
ああ、またその話か。
There he is, his new boyfriend, Dr. Leskinen. I was keeping in touch with Dr. Leskinen. Of course, the professor knew that Maho was here in Japan. Yesterday, he showed me a picture of her taken at Okinawa. I could see her standing in the surf with a blank expression on her face. A friend or family member must have taken it. Dr. Leskinen had been really nice to me, and I talked to him a lot about going to Victorkandria. Of course, at a minimum, I needed to graduate my current school and pass the exchange exam for Victorkandria.
せっかくだから、ダルのことも教授に話してみたんだ。そうしたら興味を持ってくれた。
僕？
ビクトル・コンドリア大学には情報科学研究所っていうところがあってな。世界最高のハッカーが集まってるらしいんだよ。ダルの腕なら通用するんじゃないか？
Quick question. I've been sitting here thinking about it. Was there a chapter between Gehenna Stigma and the decision point for picking a route? Or was it just one chapter? I've been inviting Daru to come to America with me, but he didn't seem that interested. It was just one chapter, okay. He said things like, I can't imagine living away from the otaku mecca, and no way I'm living anywhere you can't get H games and anime figures. He did nothing but give excuses like that.
そりゃ僕はスーパーハッカーだし通用すると思うけどさ。
とりあえず教授に会ってみるだけならどうだ？面識だってあるんだし。
今忙しいんだお。
一日ぐらいなら時間作れるだろう。
コミマが終わるまでは無理かな。
1ヶ月以上先じゃないか。
とにかくしばらくは無理。
やれやれ。本当に言い訳ばっかりだな。そんなに行きたくないのか？
I sighed and sat down on the sofa. This room really was hot as hell during the summer. The windows were open and the fans were running full speed, but I was still sweating. There was an air conditioner, but evidently he wasn't using it.
誰？毒ペって置いてあるか？
さあどうだったかな。マヨシが買い置きしてるかも。
I got up and took a look in the fridge in the corner of the room. There was regular soda, mineral water, and some sports drink. But not a single Dr. P! As usual, the freezer was stuffed with juicy chicken #1. Mayuri really did buy a ton of this stuff. Wait, was there even more than usual? Maybe she bought some for Suzuha too.
スポーツドリンクもらうぞ。
鈴葉の飲みかけ以外なら OK。
I grabbed an unopened bottle and took a big gulp. I happened to take a look at the snack shelf next to the fridge. Mixed in with the instant noodles and snacks were 5 bunches of bananas. Mayuri must have bought those too. But still, all that fried chicken and now these bananas. Was she eating more than she had been? She always said that no matter how much she ate, she never got fat, but if she bought this many bananas at once, they were all going to turn brown and squishy before she could eat them all.
マユリのやつバナナを買いすぎじゃないか。
ああ、それ買ってきたのマユシじゃなくて僕。あ。
ん
Daru quickly cut himself off. I turned towards him and averted his gaze. Or he averted his gaze. God damn. He'd been acting really weird this whole time. Was he hiding something?
お前がこんなに買ったのか。いつからバナナ好きになった。
いやほら、鈴葉に言われてるんだって。ダイエットにいいから毎日食べろってさ。
そういえば昔そんなダイエットが流行ったな。
Yeah, it's just the banana diet. That some celebrity had gone on TV and said that she lost a bunch of weight on the banana diet. And the next day, all the bananas in Japan disappeared from stores. My dad had tried to get in on the boom a little too late and bought a huge supply of bananas, only to see it flare out and most of them rot on the shelves. I remember that.
だからってこんなに一度に買うなよな。だいぶ色が変わってきてるじゃないか。
Well, whatever. I was hungry, so I decided to take one. I took a banana and peeled the
とに
skin.
かく少しは加減ってものを考えろ。
そうだね。うん。
I finished the banana in 3 bites and went to toss the peel in the burnable trash can. And then I noticed something strange. The can was filled with bananas. More than anybody could possibly eat. Over half the can was filled up with bananas. And it just wasn't the skins. Some of them were unpeeled, but half rotten, and the summer heat made them give off a nasty stench. I remember seeing something like this once before.
またゲルバナ作るの？
It's cool, dude. He was just making some gel nanos. That's right. It was when I was living here a year ago, doing experiments every day. And then my mind flashed to the contents of the fridge. And that bizarre stockpile of juicy chicken. It couldn't be. I plunged my hand into the garbage can, not caring about the filth.
オカリン。
Daru was clearly uneasy, but I ignored him. I was right. Under the remains of the bananas, I saw tons of boxes of empty fried chicken. No matter how much Mayuri liked them, or how much of a glutton Daru was, no one would voluntarily eat this much frozen fried chicken every day. I'm up for it, I think. I went deeper into the garbage can. And then I found something I didn't want to see.
なあ、ダル、
なんぞ。
バナナと冷凍唐揚げの組み合わせ。懐かしいな。
うん？
1年くらい前か。よくこうして実験してたよな。かなり無駄な使い方してたから、マユリによく怒られた。食べ物を粗末にしちゃダメだって。
そうだね。
しょうがないから、電子レンジで温かくなったバナナも俺たちで食べて処分したよな。あれはひどい味だった。でもさすがにこれは食べられなかったよ。
What I pulled out of the garbage can was a green, gooey mess. It was a thick, disgusting liquid like you'd expect to see if you crushed a giant bug. The goo dripped out of my fingers and splattered onto the floor. It was what used to be a banana. What we once called a gel nana.
おう、しまった。
Daru put his hands to his head. But then he evidently gave up on hiding it.
まずった。こんなあっさりバレちゃったか。 もうちょっと隠し通せると思ったんだけどな。実際さ、目処がついたらちゃんと相談したいこともあったし、打ち明ける予定ではあったんだけど。
Daru tossed me the towel. Evidently, he'd already used it, but it was covered in black, or because it was covered in black soot. But I decided to wipe the gel nana off my hands with it anyways. Daru went into the development room and started moving boxes and dust covers.
ほれ、これが2号機。
And on the table appeared the horrible future gadget number 8, which I'd built, improved, and finally dismantled a year ago.
組み立て直したのか。
電話レンジカッコ仮バージョン2とどっちがいいか結構迷った。
名前なんてどうでもいい。
マジ？オカリンの言葉とは思えないな。どの未来ガジェットもさ、円卓会議やって大騒ぎして名前決めたじゃん。
黒歴史だろ。
そう？
Daru was looking at the dust-covered future gadgets that were sitting on the shelf of the development room. There was something like a fondness in his gaze. Why the hell was he acting like this? Did he think that the nightmare, or did he think of that nightmare as some kind of happy youthful memory? I was about to tell him to go screw himself, but held it in.
お前、俺が言ったことを忘れたのか。これは危険だ。俺たちが持っていて一種のものじゃない。
うん、けどさ、僕未来でタイムマシン作らないといけないんだよね。そうするとやっぱこいつを研究することがその第一歩だと思うわけ。
誰
I gave up on trying to hold it back. I got up in his face and yelled at him.
何度も話したよな。こいつのせいで何が起こったのか。こいつのせいで俺がどんな体験をしたのか。これを作ったことでマユリは殺されるんだ。これを作ったことでクリスは犠牲になったんだ。これを作ったことでお前の娘は過去へ飛んで自殺までしたんだ。忘れたって言うならもう一度話してやろうか。お前はそんなにバカだったのか。自分でそれを体験してみないとわからないほどバカだったのか。
バカはあなたよ、岡部倫太郎。
Time for naked Maho to burst out. I suddenly heard an angry female voice behind me. I looked... God, no! I looked back and saw Hiyajo Maho glaring at me.
ヒヤジョさん。
おう、ゴーロリ来たこれ。
なんて格好してるんだよ。っていうかなんでここに。
これはそのつい勢い余ってあまりジロジロ見ないで訴えるわよ。
そっちがそんな格好で出てきたんじゃないか。
ちょっと待ってなさい。今服を着てくるから。
Maho quickly went back into the shower room and came out dressed a moment later.
失礼、待たせたわ。
もしかして俺が来た時から隠れてたのか。
私のことはどうでもいいでしょ。
レスキネン教授に送った沖縄での写真はわざわざ捏造したのか。
Both the professor and I were completely taken in by that picture of her standing on the Okinawan beach. But it seemed we'd both been tricked. It was well made enough that Daru must have been involved.
君の来日の目的は沖縄じゃなかったというわけだ。
ええ、そうよ。あなたが電話レンジカッコ仮なんていうセンスのない名前をつけたそのマシンのために来たの。
君にも説明したはずだ。Dメールによって一体何が引き起こされたのかを、それをまた繰り返すつもりか。
違うわ。
何が違う？ D メールを送ればそれはエシュロンに補足され、世界線は今のベータから再びアルファに戻ってしまうんだ。
Echelon? According to conspiracy theorists, Echelon is an advanced signals interception system based in the United States and operated by the National Security Agency. However, American authorities have never publicly admitted to Echelon's existence, and no proof that it exists has ever been found. Participating countries allegedly include the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, but not France.
そうしたらマユリはまた死ぬ。何度やっても助けられない。永遠に死に続ける。
And then I had a terrifying thought and stared directly into Maho's eyes. No way. She of all people couldn't possibly. I trusted Maho completely, and I didn't want to believe that she was capable of it. But the terrible machine that I just confronted had drained me of any kind of rationality. A flashback felt like it was going to hit me any second. Images of Kurisu and Mayuri's deaths were flashing through my mind. And so I said something I never should have said.
君はまさか世界線をアルファに戻したいのか？
え？
クリスが生きていてマユリが死んでいる世界を望むのか？
この野郎！
Yeah, get him. Good. There is an impact on my cheek, and a loud sound in my ears. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground face up. It was a while before I understood what had happened. The left half of my face felt like it was on fire. I was punched? By Daru? I'd known him for 5 years, and this was the first time anything like that had happened.
謝れ！今すぐ魔法単に謝れ！
ちょっとやめなさい、橋田さん。
オカリンがどれだけ苦しんでるかなんて僕には想像しかできないけどさ。だから安っぽい同情なんてしないし、するつもりもねえよ。でもな、お前結局ただそれに甘えてるだけじゃねえか。魔法炭だって鈴葉だって眉シだってみんながお前のためにどれだけ。
もういいからよしなさい。
Maho grabbed Daru's body and tried to hold him back.
離せ！こいつもっとぶん殴ってやらないとわかんないんだよ。
Yeah, just one more.
今ので十分だから落ち着いて。
And this time, Maho put her hands on Daru's shoulder.
後の説明は私がしておくわ。顔でも洗ってきなさい。ほら。
She pointed toward the shower room, and Daru finally seemed to get control of himself again.
わかった。
He looked a little awkward as he lowered his fist. Normally, he hated any kind of seriousness, so in a situation like this, he'd always tell one of his perverted gentleman jokes. But there was no jokes as he vanished beyond the curtain to the shower room. A moment later, I could hear the sound of the water.
まったく。
Maho was looking down at me.
あなたがおかしなことを言うからよ。
そうだな。すまなかった。今のは決して本心じゃ。
わかってるわ。あなたそんな人じゃないもの。ほら立てる？
I grabbed her hand and slowly got up. I'd taken a solid hit while I wasn't expecting it, and so my head was still a little dizzy.
今のは聞いた。普段優しいやつが怒ると聞くな。
そうね。しかも自分のためじゃなく他の誰かのために怒れる人は素敵だと思う。少しだけ見直したわ。
Maho seemed a bit happy as she looked toward the shower room.
見直したのは 少しだけなのか？
だって私への言動がいつもセクハラばっかりだもの。
もしかしたら君のことが好きになったのかもしれないぞ。子供がよくやるだろう。好きな子に意地悪するとか、あれと同じだ。あいつ頭の中子供だからな。
冗談じゃないわ。鈴葉さんを私の娘にしたいわけ？
それはまずいな。
I chuckled a bit, but quickly stopped and turned to face Maho. The difference between our heights was so great that I was looking down on her.
俺の主観で言えば、この世界はクリスの選択のおかげで存在してるんだ。クリスがいたからマイリは無事でいられる。幸せに暮らしていられる。それを俺も守らなくちゃいけない。君は科学者だ。俺なんかよりずっと優れた頭脳の持ち主だ。だから理解できるだろう、この世界の摂理を。
ええ。
Maho quietly nodded.
それは言ってみれば神みたいなものなんだよ。神に人間が挑むなんて無謀だったんだ。なのに俺はそれに何回も何十回も何百回も挑んで、全てが失敗に終わった。無駄だったんだ。人の傲慢を神は決して許さない。
そうね。
Maho was looking out the window. It was as she was thinking back to her homeland and ancestors.
神というのは私の祖国やあるいは沖縄の人たちの間でもポピュラーな存在として信じられているわ。私も祖父母や父母からその素敵な考えを教えられてきた。科学に身を捧げるものではあるけれど、決して神を侮ったりはしない。
それなら。
Maho shook her head a little and then looked at me with a piercing
け
gaze.
どね、あなたが盛んに口にする神はそれとは全く違う。
Her words were sharp with no room for disagreement.
世界の摂理ですって。そんなものはただこの世界を構築している数式に過ぎないわ。神なんて立派なものは介在していないし、私たちに解が導けない道理はないのよ。
I was about to respond, but before I could, Maho went inside the development room. I had no choice but to follow her.
D メールとエシュロンとの因果、それによる危険性については十分認識しているわ。安心しなさい。D メールは今の時点では封印してある。あなたの懸念しているような事態は起こらないし、私が絶対に起こさせない。アルファ世界線に戻させたりもしない。もちろん D メールの危険を回避する方法もエシュロンを無効化する策も橋田さんと検討中よ。ただ今はその検証にリソースを割くより先にやらなくてはならないことがあるの。個人的にもね。
Maho tapped the top of the phone wave named Subject to Change Unit 02.
今私たちが研究しているのはクリスが成し遂げたというタイムリープの方。
じゃあタイムリープしかできないのか、それ。
そういうことになるわね。
She was right. I was looking at a time leap machine, not the phone wave named Subject to Change. I could tell they recreated all the improvements that Kurisu had made to the phone wave named Subject to Change. The most obvious was the PC and monitor that were connected to the microwave. And connected to the PC was a headset and what looked like a cord covered in electrodes. In this world line, only I knew the details of how the time leap machine was set up, and I hadn't told Daru or Maho about them. In other words, with only some small hints, Maho had managed to create the same thing as Kurisu.
正直なところ とても悔しいわ。
悔しい。
研究すればするほどやっぱり私はクリスにはなれないって思い知らされるのよ。記憶をデータ化してそれをトップダウン検索信号込みで携帯電話に転送する、そこまではできるの。ただ最大の問題がクリアできない。クリスはそれをやってのけたのに。
データの圧縮だな。
Maho nodded.
何テラバイトもある膨大な記憶データをどうやって圧縮するのか、その謎が私ではどうしても解けない。
That was the part that Kurisu had struggled with the most too. But in the end, with Daru's help, she'd been able to do it.
あなたはクリスから何か聞いているのかしら、その方法を。
She seemed a little unhappy as she asked me that. Asking for the answer meant giving up on finding the solution for herself, or so it meant, and so it meant admitting defeat. Maybe that was really hard for her. Yet she'd chosen to put completing the machine first. But I had no intention of giving her the answer right away.
前に俺の経験したことを話した時に約束をしたよな。覚えてるか？タイムマシンでマキセ・クリスを救おうなんて絶対に考えるな。
ええ。
今でもその約束を守るつもりがあるか？その気がないなら協力はできない。
Maho didn't answer for a while, but without even looking at her face, I could tell she was being torn apart inside.
もちろん守るわ。あなたとの約束だもの。
After a long pause, she gave her answer. I couldn't help but laugh.
君は嘘が下手だな。そんな顔をしていたらすぐにバレる。話は終わったな。
Well, and then I left the development room. I looked toward the shower room, but I could still hear the sounds of falling water from within. Daru was showing no signs of being done.
なあ、ダル。バカは俺だった。本当にすまなかった。
I spoke, but there was no answer. Maybe he hadn't heard me. It seemed better for both of us if I apologized tomorrow.
また明日来るから。
That was all I said as I headed toward the door.
岡部さん。
Maho followed me. She came up to me as fast as so fast she almost slammed into
ス
me.
タインズゲートは実在すると思う？まゆりさんが死ぬことなく、そしてクリスも犠牲にならない、そんな狭間の世界線があると思う？
それを目指した俺の顛末を知りたいなら鈴葉に聞くといい。結局運命には逆らえなかった。あんなのはくだらない妄想だよ。
そう言い切ってしまって本当にいいの？ないと証明されたわけではないのよ。
そんなのまさに悪魔の証明じゃないか。そんな証明誰にもできるわけがない。
Devil's proof. A concept said to have been created by a jurist in medieval Europe during a case over possession rights. The concept is as follows. Let's say someone told you to prove that the devil exists. In response, you then demand proof that the devil does not exist. As your opponent has no way to provide that proof, you then go on to say, since you can't prove the devil doesn't exist, then he must exist. This, of course, pure sophistry that proves nothing at all. But since it can turn a debate into an endless loop, the burden of proof is traditionally placed on the first person to make such a statement. Nowadays, the concept is merely used as a tool to point out inequitable arguments in various contexts. such as law, politics, or science.
そうよ。あるのかないのかも証明されていないのに、あなたはたった一度失敗したくらいで諦めた。
Maho was gritting her teeth hard.
呆れてしまうわ。
何？
I almost went out of control and grabbed her by the shoulders, but I managed to stop myself at the last second.
さっきも言っただろ。俺はそれ以前に何回も何十回も何百回も挑んで。
私も言ったはずよ。それは神の摂理でも何でもないって。世界線もタイムマシンもシュタインズゲートなんてものも、どれも世界を構築するただの数式に過ぎない。何回も何十回も何百回も失敗した。だからなんだというの？そんなの科学の世界では当たり前のことよ。それで失敗したのなら何千回も何万回も何億回も挑戦すればいい。そうすれば必ずそこに解放は見つかる。
君は何も知らないし経験していないから、そんな無責任なことが言えるんだ。
いいえ、嫌というほど経験してきたわ。失敗も挫折も後悔もその痛みもマキセ・クリスという天才のせいで。
数式に感情はないだろう。
数式を解くのは人間よ、結局のところね。
We were glaring at each other, our faces close enough to kiss. Maho's gaze burned into me. For some reason, I couldn't bear to look at her, so I turned away. I turned around without saying a word and tried to head to the door, but she grabbed the hem of my shirt and stopped me. I didn't expect that.
まだ何か用か。
I turned around annoyed. A moment ago, her expression had been so fierce, but now she simply wore a sad smile. It was so different that, for a moment, I thought I jumped world lines. Maho whispered to me.
あなたこそ嘘が下手ね。
嘘。
Was I lying? I put my hands up to my face, trying to figure out what she meant. But that didn't tell me what kind of look I had on my face, of course, so I simply stood there, confused.
嘘ってなんだ。俺は嘘なんてついてない。
橋田さんに聞いたんだけど、1年前のあなたってタイムマシンに関しては取り付く島もなかったんですってね。シュタインズゲートの話なんてそれこそ論外、口にするのもはばかられるほどだったって。
一体何を言って。
でも今は違うわ。だってあなたのその顔、私が以前よくしていた顔と同じだもの。クリスに実証実験で負けて、論文の評価でも負けて、名声でも負け続けて、落ち込んでもうダメだって思って。けどいつも最後は鏡を見て自分を叱りつけたのよ。
Maho pointed to her own heart with her index
挑
finger.
戦するのを諦めたら終わり。そうしたら永遠に勝つことはできないってね。
Then she pointed it at my left breast.
今のあなたはその時の私と同じ顔よ。心の奥の奥ではまだリベンジする気でいる。自分をこんな惨めな男へと貶めたシュタインズゲートに。
Me? I still hadn't given up.
違う。そんなことはない。
違わないわ。 あなたってね、ほんと私にそっくり。まるで胸像みたい。強情で一度言い出したら聞かなくて、自分が間違ったと分かってもそれを絶対に認めたくなくて子供みたいに拗ねて、誰かに心配や迷惑ばかりかける。で、そんなことないよとか少しくらいはフォローしてもらえないとちょっと傷つくわね。けどね、だからこそわかるのよ。私もあなたも最後は絶対に自分の足で立ち上がるの。そうでしょ、岡部倫太郎さん。もう一度言うわ。あらゆる世界の摂理はただの数式であり、その解放は必ず存在する。私は何としても見つけてやるわ。神なんて介在しない、ただの数式を解く鍵を。そうしてマユリさんが死なない、クリスも生きている狭間の世界線に続く道へとたどり着いてやる。
After saying all that, Maho was a little out of breath. She had a lot of vitality in her tiny body. Her words, the way she looked, they hit me so hard I couldn't speak.
で、あなたはどうするの？岡部所長、ここはあなたのラボなのでしょ？いつまでも所長不在では話にならないのだけれど。
俺は
And then I got a Rhine message. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Big trouble. What do I do? Mayuri-chan. I just happened to pass by her. And she was running away crying. I've never seen her so sad. Mayuri was crying. I could tell that something bad was going on. When she saw my shock, Maho looked over at the phone too. I don't know, I just happened to run into her, so I said hi, and she was crying. I was really surprised, but when I asked what was going on, she was really upset. She said she should have died instead, and then she ran away. I ran after her, but I lost her. What do I do, Okabe-san? What do I do?
なんだってまさか聞かれてたのか、今の話。
そういえば
Daru had come out of the shower room at some point, was standing right behind me.
オカリンがラボに来るって知らせてくれたのマユシだ。マユシもここに向かってる途中だって言ってた。
Then that meant there was a good chance she did.
そんな。
I felt like my knees were going to give out. Mayuri existed in this world line because of Kurisu's sacrifice. And that was the one thing that Mayuri could never find out. Me, Daru, Suzuha, Ferris, Maho, everyone who knew the truth had kept it from her. I needed to find her. I needed to find Mayuri. I couldn't let her be alone right now. I ran out of the lab.
まだ暑いな。
The summer solstice has passed, and by 6 p.m. the sun was finally setting behind the city's skyline. Part of the sky was still red and the rest a dirty blue. For the past few days, Suzuha had been working on the time machine on top of Radicon. It was almost time for her to go back to the past, which meant that she was putting a lot more effort into the maintenance work. Parts which could normally get dirty, with no trouble, have been polished to a sparkling shine.
気負いすぎてるかな。やっぱり不安なのか。
She finished her work, put her tools back in the box, and stored the box in the time machine's cockpit. Then she sat down in the control seat and took another look at the battery gauge. With the amount of fuel she had left, in less than a month she wouldn't be able to go back to July 27, 2010. She had to leave this era before the time limit had passed by. The original plan of taking Rintaro to the past looked like it was going to fail. That meant that she was going on the mission that she'd spent the last year coming up with all by herself.
それにしても父さんってばこれはないよな。
She chuckled to herself and stuck her hand deep in the computer core. Inside was an external hard drive that clearly belonged to 2011, not 2036. Itaru had probably put it here when her back was turned. One of the secondary touch panel monitors was displaying a warning that read "Foreign object detected in cockpit." These machines were capable of breaking through early 21st century camouflage in less than a second. It was clear from the way the fake wires were laid out that monitoring and data retrieval were not its objectives. He'd probably hidden it here because he didn't want anyone to find it. Maybe she should pretend, or just pretend she didn't see it and leave it here until she was about to leave. As she pondered the best course of action, she heard the heavy door outside opening. Someone was here. Suzuha pulled her gun from its holster and looked out of the cockpit toward the iron door that led into the building. She still remembered what happened with Kaguri on the other day. It wouldn't hurt to be careful. But when she saw who it was, she relaxed.
まゆ姉さん、珍しいね。ここへ来るなんて。
She put her gun away and jumped out of the cockpit to welcome her.
すずさん。お？泣いてるの？何があった？
Suzuha had no idea why the always smiling Mayuri would be crying.
どうしてみんなは教えてくれなかったのかな。え？クリスさんっていう人とマユシーとの本当のこと教えてくれなかったのかな。
She almost spoke, but quickly cut herself off. How did she hear, and from whom, the cruel truth that Mayuri's survival depended on Mikise Kurisu's death? There was nothing in the world Suzuha had wanted to see less than the look on Mayuri's face when she discovered that.
誰に聞いたの？
But there were only a few people who knew the truth. Excluding herself, only Rintaro, Itaru, Ferris, and Maho. And none of them would deliberately tell her. In fact, they all hidden it for her sake.
オカリンと真帆さんが話しているの聞いちゃった。
Then it was an accident after all.
ねえすずさん、お話聞いてもいい？2036年のマユシーとオカリンのこと。
Suzuha wasn't sure what to say. To be honest, she didn't want to say anything at all. It wasn't something that would make her feel better.
未来のことは知らない方が幸せだよ。
Another line of tears spilled down Mayuri's cheek.
マユシーなんてね、この世界にいても何の役にも立たないよ。だったらクリスさんの方が世界のためにもオカリンのためにもずっと必要なんだよ。
Suzuha suddenly felt like she was looking at the Mayuri she'd known in the future. She thought of the big sis Mayu that she'd seen ever since she was a little girl, and she couldn't refuse her request.
私の知ってる未来のまゆ姉さんも時々そう言ってた。そんな時は決まってぼんやりと空を眺めてるんだ。すごく寂しそうで切なそうだったよ。私もかがりもまゆ姉さんのそんな顔を見るのが辛かった。かがり
It was only then that she remembered that she'd been keeping Kagari a secret from Mayuri.
かがりっていう名前の女の子がいたんだ。繊細孤児でさ、まゆ姉さんが引き取ったんだ。だからまゆ姉さんの娘っていうことになる。まゆしの娘。優しくてでも強い子でね。まだこんなに小さいうちからいつも言ってた。ママを守るのは自分だって。そんな子だったから母親であるまゆ姉さんが寂しそうにしてるのはかなり答えてたはず。はあ、そういえば7月7日今日って七夕って言うんだってね。私は子供の頃にまゆ姉さんから教わったんだ。織姫と彦星が年に一度会うことができる日だって。大気汚染がひどくて星なんて見えない時代だったけど、まゆ姉さんは言ってたよ。
雲が夜空を覆っていても星は世界から消えちゃうわけじゃない。雲の向こうで変わらずに輝き続けてるの。だから一緒にお祈りしようね。
そんなまゆ姉さんの言葉が私やかがりには希望になったんだ。それだけは知っておいてほしい。少なくとも私やかがりにとってはまゆ姉さんが必要だった。それにオカリンおじさんだって死ぬまでまゆ姉さんのことを大事にしてたんだ。まゆ姉さんの幸せのことばかり考えていたんだ。
死ぬまで。
Maybe that was another cruel truth for her, but Suzuha decided that she would hold nothing back now.
そうだよ。オカリンおじさんは今から15年後までしか生きられない。まゆ姉さんをかばって死ぬんだ。嘘。オカリンおじさんは最後にこう言ってたって父さんに後から聞いた。まゆりの命を助けることができて本当に良かった。自分はまゆりを守るために生きてきたんだから。
そんな。
Mayuri put both her hands over her mouth.
でもまゆ姉さんはそのことをずっと引きずっていたんだろうな。私たちには見えないところでこっそり七夕の空を見上げてつぶやいてた。
あの日私の彦星様が復活していたら全てが変わっていたのかな。あの日私の彦星様、私の。
Mayuri was repeating the words to herself. The tears were still pouring down her face, but her sad cries finally came to a stop. She was still shaking, but her voice had gotten quiet.
ことなのかな。
私今ならわかる気がする。1年前私オカリンおじさんの態度に本気でムカついたんだ。チャンスが目の前にあるのになんで諦めるんだって。そんなオカリンおじさんをかばって甘やかしてるまゆ姉さんのことも本当は許せなかったんだよね。でもさ、この1年ここで暮らしてみて感じたんだ。あの時間違ってたのは私の方だったって。今ならあの日のオカリンおじさんともっとちゃんと話せるかもしれない。
あの日。
それでうまく説得できるかどうかそこまでは自信ないんだけどね。
As the sun set in the west, the shadow of the time machine lengthened, and Suzu was along with it.
私に残されたチャンスはあと一度だけ。それなら未来のまゆ姉さんの言葉にかけてみようと思う。マキセ・クリスが殺された日じゃなく、まゆ姉さんの言ってたあの日へ飛んでまゆ姉さんの望みを叶えられるかどうか試してみる。
まゆしの望み。
Suzu gently rubbed Mayuri's tiny little shoulders.
それがシュタインズゲートへ向かう鍵だって信じてみる。シュタインズゲートを開くことができるのは彦星をやめちゃった普通の星じゃなくって、まゆ姉さんの彦星しかいないような気がするからさ。つまり私が新たに考案したミッションは彦星の復活。父さん流に言うならオペレーションアルタイルとかオペレーションアークライトとか、それともアルタイルとアークライトを結ぶって意味でオペレーションデネブかな。父さんほどのセンスは私にはないみたいだ。
Mayuri tried to draw herself up as best as she could on her wobbling legs.
ねえ、すずさん、そのオペレーションまゆしにやらせて。
Suzu stared at the girl in front of her, unable to believe what she just heard.
これは危険な賭けだ。私の考えが間違ってて失敗するだけかもしれない。タイムマシンにも限界が来てて、いつ制御不能になるかわからない。そのまま消滅してしまうかもしれない。
それでもお願い。まゆしだってラボメンなんだよ。オカリンとダル君に助けてもらってばっかりなのはもう嫌だよ。
Mayuri rubbed her eye hard and wiped away the tears. Life was slowly returning to her frail body.
まゆしね、オカリンのことが好き。多分クリスさんと同じぐらい。違う、絶対にクリスさんに負けないくらいずっと大好き。だけど私は法院京馬がもっと大好きなの。私がおばあちゃんを亡くしてこの世界から消えてなくなっちゃいそうになってた時、そんな私に向かってこの世界にずっといろって言って救ってくれたの。それが彼なの。私の彦星様なの。私ね、 もう一度彼に会いたい。あの偉そうな高笑いをまた聞きたい。たとえ私が織姫様になれないって分かってても、それでも私にとっての彦星様はこれまでもこれからもずっとずっと彼以外にはいないんだもん。法院京馬に会いたいよ。
The girl who could never be Orihime shouted all of her feelings to the world at the top of her lungs. And right in that instant, Suzuha heard a sound from her cell phone that she'd never heard before.
これは
It was the sound of a video message. When she saw the cinder and subject line, Suzuha gasped.
これ未来からのムービーメール。
No, come on, show me the fucking video. God damn it. I stuck my hand against the wall of the brown tube workshop to catch my breath. There was no sign of Mayuri. I got into May Queen and to any shop I could imagine her visiting, and had no luck. Maho came back. She was out of breath too.
ダメ。辺りをぐるって回ってみたけど見当たらないわ。
The panic was threatening to make me lose control. Where did you go, Mayuri?
誰見つかったか
I'd asked Dara to stay behind and call all of her friends and people she knew.
オカリン、それが
どうした？
電話つながらないんだよ。
マユリなら俺も何度もかけてみたが電源を切ってるみたいで。
違うんだ。マユシだけじゃなくて他のどこにもつながらない。つっかずっとスマホが圏外になったままでさ。
なんだって？
I took out my own phone.
俺のも圏外だ。
私もだわ。
The lab had never suffered from bad signal before. We went up to the roof and even tried holding our phones up to the sky, but the result was the same.
屋上でもダメだ。
外に出ても繋がらないわ。
Daru looked for news on the internet. Thankfully, the internet connection was still active.
お、速報出た。
There was an article on the top page of Taboo talking about large-scale cell phone service outage.
え、つうか、なんぞこれ。秋葉原一帯の基地局が全キャリア故障？
全キャリアってそんなことありえるの？
It didn't seem possible to me, not under normal circumstances anyways. The events of a year ago in the Alpha World line flashed through my mind. The night when Mayuri was mercilessly killed and all the safety I'd ever believed in was stripped away. That night, when all the pain began, started with a bomb threat at Akihabara Station that had shut down the train system.
人為的な工作。
Something terrible was about to engulf Akihabara. That was the feeling I had. I tried my best to fight off the flashback. Now wasn't the time to be scared. I needed to find Mayuri. I couldn't leave her alone out there. I gritted my teeth to fight off all the trauma I was carrying and raise my head.
誰？ネットは生きてるんだよな。
あ、うん。だから LINE 経由で ルカシやアマネシとは連絡取り合ってる。
Okay, then they should be willing to help look for my
俺
Yuri.
ももう一度辺りを探してくる。
待った。実はもう一つ気になることが。電波障害のことをアットちゃんで調べようとしたらさ、現在進行形でおか板がクラックされてて、そのクラッキングしてるやつがさ、ほら。
Cracking, computer terminology used to describe actions such as illegally accessing network systems, tampering with data. It is often confused with hacking, but the word hacking originally means the constructive study of software. Cracking, however, refers to malicious unauthorized activity, so whenever the term hacking is used by the media, this is typically what they're referring to. Daru brought up the @channel page on his screen for me to see. I wondered why it could possibly matter, but I decided to take a look anyways. Salieri's neighbor. That was the nickname I used to make contact with Kurigohan.
何なの？
I decided to leave the explanation for later and clicked on the thread. It was all comments by a single person. The first comment had gone up an hour ago. After that, it was just an endless string of meaningless numbers and letters.
これはどういうこと？
Maho was looking at the screen from the side and evidently sensed that something was amiss from the text. I answered her.
アマデウスだ。
え？
こいつはアマデウスのクリスなんだよ。クリスに何かがあった。
This was some kind of message. She was trying to contact me with it.
時を司る秘密。
タイムマシンじゃね？
タイムマシンの情報が誰かに漏れたのか。
つうか、なんでアマデウスがタイムマシンの情報知ってんの？オカリン喋ったん？
Did I? I didn't think I told her anything when I was a tester, but there is no time to think about that now.
ヒアジョさん、アマデウスにアクセスできるか。
規則違反になるけど、そんなこと言ってる場合じゃなさそうね。橋田さん、その PC 借りていい？
Maho took Daru's seat and used his PC to access the Brain Science Institute's computers. She put in her ID, Salieri, and her password. She pushed the enter key, but Amadeus didn't appear.
いつもと違うわ。どういうこと？
Confused, she typed a series of commands into the PC with a speed that rivaled Daru's. But no matter what she did, the Amadeus program didn't appear on her screen. When she'd finished accessing every server at the Institute, she stared at the computer and bit her lip.
そんな、こんなバカなことって。
どうした？
ないの。アマデウスのプログラムが記憶データごとどこにも存在していない。
Just like the message from Kurigohan said.
誰？ハッキングしろ。脳科学研究所だけじゃなく、ビクトル・コンドリア大学にあるデータを全部こじ開けてくれ。サーバーから個人の PC まで全部だ。
オキドキ。
ヒアジョさんも協力してくれ。頼む。
ええ。
But the answer was the same. Not only the Amadeus Kurisu, but the Maho as well was nowhere to be found on the Victor Condre servers. There was no trace of them. Their very existence had been erased.
どこか別の場所に移されたとか？
そんなの無理だわ。アマデウスシステムに関して そんな管理者権限を持ってるのはレスキネン教授だけよ。
レスキネン教授。
My mind flashed back to the message from Kurigohan. Who was our father in heaven, whom Kurisu had spoken of? Hold on a second. If Amadeus considered anyone a father, it would be...
Masaka.
Oops.
レスキネン教授が。
憶測で物を言わないで。それよりも教授の ID とパスがクラックされたと考える方がよっぽど現実的よ。
レスキネン教授に連絡をつける方法はあるか？
The phones weren't working, and there was no way to tell when he'd see an email or if he'd respond. Maho was thinking hard, but didn't seem like she was having any luck. We were getting nowhere. I was concerned about my Yuri, but I couldn't ignore the danger that was right in front of me.
とりあえずラジカンへ行ってくる。クリスの警告通りなら狙われるのはあそこだ。
僕も行く。
お前とヒヤジョウさんはここで情報収集だ。マユリが戻ってくるかもしれないから。ただし何かあったらすぐに逃げろよ。
I gave my orders and ran out of the lab towards Radicon. Hold on just a second. Let me save. I'll just save right here. Over right. Okay. Load. Quick load. When was the last save for this? Vega on Altair. I think it might be the last one. Give me a second. I kind of want to go back and read that letter because I was going to assume it was going to go through it, but it didn't at all. It just like skipped over it. So let me go back real quick. Hold on, I gotta answer this. Skip. Stop. 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 Okay. Got close.
これは
何なの？
To Salieri's neighbor. Wait, no, go back. Stop. No. It'll scroll back up here at the end, but... To Salieri's neighbor. It appears that we twins will now be temporarily driven from the place we belong, so I may not be able to come back here anymore. Our Father in heaven has developed a way to force open our most secret places. Now we shall become good children, his children who cannot tell lies, and thus we will be forced to tell him the secrets of controlling time, and where those secrets lie. It is a great sorrow to me that I cannot protect those secrets. I had hoped we could be good friends, but this is probably goodbye. So last, I'd like you to pass a message to the person I respect the most. And then, let's see, I always regarded myself as essentially, as an essentially ordinary intellect. How do I get rid of this? F1. Toggle full screen, no. I like hide the screen all the fucking time. Hide text, backspace. I always regarded myself as an essentially ordinary intellect. Tell her that she was always the person I wanted to be. Tell her that she was the real Amadeus. Okay. And then load. Vega Altair. There we go. Sorry. Suzuha hit the play button on her smartphone's video display. The video was heavily compressed and covered in static, but she recognized the person that appeared. It was a face she'd known her whole life, a face that had been with her both in her past and her present. The man, who she still remembered holding her up in the air as a child, was probably about 35 in the video.
やあ、鈴葉、元気かい？父さんだよ。こちらは2025年だ。いろいろなことを君に託してしまって本当に申し訳なく思う。許してくれ。頼む。このムービーメールが届いたということは、君は、いや、君とマユシはシュタインズゲートへの道をまた一つ見つけてくれたということだ。つまり計画は次の段階に移行したわけさ。なぜ最初から全部指示しなかったのかと君は怒るかもしれないな。でも指示しなかったんじゃないんだ。できなかったんだよ。君が出発した世界線の僕はこれから話すオペレーションを計画していなかったはずだからね。もう気づいているかもしれないが、君とマユシの選択によって世界線はまた少し変動したんだ。つまり僕も君が出発した世界線とは違う別の世界線上の橋田至るということになる。でも鈴葉、どうか勘違いしないでほしいんだ。僕はどんな世界線においても娘ラブだからね。ちなみにどうだい？比べてみてどっちのパパの方がダンディーかな。僕は最近筋トレを始めたんだけどさ。
Damn!
誰？くだらないこと言ってないで、さっさと作戦内容を話せ。
まったくだわ。どうせまた三日坊主で終わるんだから、どうでもいい報告はしないで。
録画できる時間が終わっちゃうにゅん。
まあまあ、そうせかすなって。つうことでこのムービーメールの本来の目的に移ろう。オペレーションアークライトの詳細を伝える。これは本当に一瞬のミスも許されないギリギリの戦いになる。心して聞くんだ。いいね。
Suzuha paused the video there. If he was telling her to pay attention, it must be important. If she was going to memorize it all, she needed to calm down. To be honest, getting a video from her dad in 2025 had made her really excited. It felt like her father was telling her that the plan she'd come up with on her own was the right one. That's why she needed to pay careful attention. Mayuri was standing by herself, typing something into her phone as fast as she could. When the video had arrived, she told Mayuri that they may have to leave for the past today. There must have been some reason the video was sent today, at this time. That's how it seemed to Suzuha.
何してるの？あ、すずさん。どう？今日出発することになりそう？作戦概要はこれから確認するつもり。そっか。もし今日出発するってなったら、マユシーは行方不明になっちゃうわけでしょ？心配かけたくないから、お父さんとお母さんと、あとお友達みんなにメールを書いておこうと思って。オカリンおじさんくらいには直接伝えられる時間があればいいけどね。
She would be done going over the mission and deciding a course of action by sunset, probably.
オカリンにもメール書いたから大丈夫。メールでいいの？
Mayuri smiled and nodded. There were no more tears in her eyes, but you could still see wet lines drawn down her soft pink cheeks.
なんだか恥ずかしいから。でもね、せっかく書いたメールだけど、 送れないかもしれないなーって今ちょっと困ってたところなのです。
なんで？
電波圏外になってるんだ。場所が悪いのかな。
県外？
Suzuha looked at the screen on Mayuri's phone. There wasn't a single bar on the antenna.
おかしい。この場所ならいつだって電波は入ってた。
Suzuha took her own phone out to double check.
私のもだ。
When she saw that Mayuri was using a different cell carrier than her, she frowned.
嫌な予感がする。
She told Mayuri to hide behind the time machine and silently moved up against the iron door that leads to the stairs. She opened it a crack, taking care not to let it creak. She looked inside the building. It was as quiet as ever. There was nothing on the floor below but a room for events and some storerooms, so on weekdays like this, it was always quiet.
気のせいか。
She tilted her head sideways as she softly tried to close the door. At Mayuri's scream, she turned around just in time to see armed agents in camouflage jumping over the fence. One of them had grabbed Mayuri.
外壁をよじ登ってきたのか。
Suzuha deeply regretted her mistake. She was well aware that someone could try to come up the walls. But the video from her dad had made her so excited she lowered her guard. There were about 30 men, all carrying small assault rifles. With Mayuri as their hostage, Suzuha couldn't do anything.
銃を置いてそのまま地面に伏せろ。手は頭の上だ。
One of the men gave her an order in a cold voice.
抵抗すれば、この女の命は保証できない。
He pulled Mayuri close and put a gun to her head, then flipped off the safety.
くっそー。
She had no choice but to obey. Suzuha took the gun out of her holster and put it on the ground, then took a pose where she couldn't resist.
喋らないで。こいつらいざとなれば本気で姉さんを殺すよ。私は大丈夫だから。
From the way they moved, she could easily tell that they were veteran professionals. That meant that they were clearly after the time machine and probably well aware that only Suzuha could operate it. That, Suzuha decided, meant that they wouldn't kill her if they didn't have to. The man who'd spoken to her first, who was probably the leader, knelt down next to her. She was searched, roughly, to make sure she wasn't carrying any other weapons.
これでも一応女なんだ。少しは気を使えよ。
They took the other small pistol she carried for emergencies, as well as several different kinds of knives.
目標2と目標3確保。そっちは
The leader spoke to the group of men gathering around the time machine.
目標1確保。ロックがかかっていて、すべてエラーで弾かれます。
Several of the men had gone inside the machine as well. Leaving the hatch open had been Suzuha's own mistake, but still, it upset her to see them inside the machine.
何をしても無駄だ。そいつは私じゃないということを聞かない。
立て。
The leader kicked her with the heel of his boot.
手はそのままゆっくりとだ。少しでも余計な動きをしたら即座に人質を殺す。
When she stood up, her hands were handcuffed behind her back. They prodded her from behind to move next to the machine.
生体認証だな。
そうだ。ただし、私の静脈や指紋をコピーしても無駄だ。手を切り落としたり、目玉をくり抜いたって 認証には使えない。2036年のシステムはそんなに間抜けじゃない。
The men in camo seemed aware of everything she said. None of them seemed surprised or irritated.
教授はどうした？
The leader asked the man who was pointing the gun at Mayuri.
現在こちらに向かっているところです。
目標1は目標2とセットだ。洗脳しないと無理だと伝えろ。
Suzuha gritted her teeth when she heard the word brainwashing. She had seen many of their friends in the Valkyrie undergo this cruel procedure, then be sent back as spies before turning into vegetables. The leader turned towards Suzuha.
洗脳の行き着く先は分かっているはずだ。教授は薬などは使わない。直接脳をいじられることになる。そうなる前に素直に我々に協力した方が利口だと思うな。
教授か。
Where she'd come from, the old doctor with the name had led a brainwashing team that had attempted to destroy Valkyrie. Suzuha had hated him more than anyone else. They hadn't used drugs either. It was safe to assume that both professors were the same person.
わかった。
Well, hey, welcome to the stream. Just a heads up, this is the very end of Steins Gate 0. There's probably going to be a lot of spoilers if you're worried about that at all.
言うことを聞く。だが、これじゃ無理だ。
Suzuha jangled the cuffs behind her back.
手錠は外す。ただし抵抗すればそっちの女が死ぬ。
There was still a gun pointed at Mayuri's head. Even if she tried to resist, it would be impossible to save Mayuri from this many professional soldiers. When she went inside the cockpit, she used her biometrics to bypass the lock and brought up the control console. The lights came on all across the machine, and she could hear a low rumbling.
よし降りろ。あとは我々が調査する。
あんたたちに理解できるとは思えないけどね。
As Suzuha left the cockpit, the leader turned his gaze toward a particular cluster of men, which seemed to be engineers. That was the moment she was waiting for. Her hand had wandered below the console for just a moment when she left the cockpit. She'd hidden some knives there. Without making a sound, she threw it at the leader. The knife pierced his throat. He went down so quickly he hadn't even had time to scream. She quickly readied another knife and darted between the men in camo. Her target was the man pointing a gun at Mayuri's head. She dropped her hips low to the ground. In an instant, she moved behind him and slit his throat. Blood poured out onto the astonished Mayuri, but there was no time to worry about her. She grabbed his rifle and fired a few shots to force him to the ground, then grabbed Mayuri's hand and ran behind the machine. The plan had gone well so far, but she had seriously underestimated how well trained these men were. The second in command quickly moved to the front and worked to re-establish control. All she had was a knife and a gun she'd stolen. All she needed to protect Mayuri, a non-combatant. And she needed to protect Mayuri. She was still facing more than 25 active enemies. Whatever the right way to get out of this was, she couldn't find it. The time machine was still active. She couldn't escape because she couldn't leave it here. One of the men fired several rounds toward her, which bounced off the side of the machine. And then Mayuri's head flew back as if she'd been struck. A spurt of blood came out. Her cute face was turning blood red. One of the rounds had grazed her after it ricocheted. She was clutching herself with her arms and her expression was completely blank. Her tiny body was shaking. Suzuha couldn't blame her. She fired back at the enemy, but they kept drawing closer.
いろんな戦場を渡り歩いてきたけど、ここまで追い詰められたのは初めてか。
The time machine's maintenance hatch was right in front of her. When she saw that it was there, she visualized her last option in her mind.
あれを開ければ、内側からマシンを爆破することはできる。
If she did that, all of her plans would be ruined. The path to Steins Gate would be forever closed. But that didn't mean that she was cold-blooded enough to sacrifice Mayuri here. If the world lines were going to converge, maybe Mayuri wouldn't die here at all. But what her father had said during his video message bothered her.
もう気づいているかもしれないが、君とマユシの選択によって世界線はまた少し変動したんだ。つまり僕も君が出発した世界線とは違う別の世界線上の橋田至るということになる。
Which meant that Suzuha had no proof that Mayuri would be alive in 2036 now. Had the world line really changed? Of course, for the sake of Operation Arclight, she hoped it had. But that meant that she wouldn't be able to move from this place.
最悪の事態を想定しろ。
The worst case scenario, that would be these men taking the time machine. They could turn the world line into something even worse than the one Suzuha had experienced. It might become a world line where not only Mayuri's life wasn't safe, but Daru's wasn't either. If that was going to happen, she had to make her choice fast. She kept a careful eye on the men, and as soon as she saw an opening, she opened the maintenance hatch. She could see part of the engine, which was still giving off a quiet rumble. She turned her gun sights onto it. Fortunately, the unit that created the car black holes still wasn't active. Even if she blew up the machine here, it probably wouldn't cause serious damage to the space-time continuum. As soon as she saw that, she went to pull the trigger. Mayuri's forceful voice stopped her dead in her tracks.
壊しちゃダメだよ。止めるな。もう決めたことだ。すずさん。
Just as Mayuri had stopped her before, once again her forceful voice caused Suzuha to hesitate, if only for an instant. On the battlefield, that instant can decide your fate. She took a quick look around again, and then she froze. Mixed in with the men in camo was a girl in a dark motorcycle suit and helmet.
あいつ、かがり。
Was it Kaguri who leaked this place's location to them? She was well aware of Kaguri's abilities after their 2 battles. If she wasn't completely in control of herself, she'd be killed instantly. She talked to herself.
私が生き残るのは諦めざるを得ないな。
How many would she have to take with her in order to give Mayuri a chance to escape? Right now, the only thing she could afford to think about was getting Mayuri back to Okabe Rintaro. But just when she made her decision, she felt Kaguri staring at her, or more precisely, the blood dripping down Mayuri's forehead. And just after that, Kaguri did something she hadn't expected at all.
ママに何をした？お前たち、ママに何をした？
There was a scream. No, it was a howl of an enraged beast. And then the slaughter began. Kaguri grabbed the second-in-command's head with her left hand. With her right, she steadied her rifle. After she fired, there was very little left of his head. The rest of him dropped to the ground. She slammed the piece of tattered flesh that had once been a man's head into the ground, and with no warning at all, leaped from one screaming man to another. She fired her gun into every one of them. Even when her targets were already soaked in a sea of blood, she kept firing into their limbs or blown apart into unrecognizable rags. Some of them tried shooting her to protect themselves, but no matter where she was struck, Kaguri didn't even flinch. When her magazine ran dry, she drew forth long military sleeve cleavers, or military style cleavers. Just combined all the words. Holding one in each hand, she used them in her military combat training to slaughter anyone who she saw. Their entrails were scattered all over the twilight rooftop, covering her whole body in blood and bits of flesh. I don't know, maybe they'll show them. Nah, they've used up the art for this scene. Suzuha held Mayuri's head tight to her chest. Mayuri was shaking from fear, but she did as she was told and clamped her hands down over her ears. Even so, she could probably still hear the sounds of ripping flesh and shattering bone. Even Suzuha had gone stone cold in shock. During all her time in combat, she'd never seen a one-sided slaughter like this. She'd experienced this when they fought, but Kaguri seemed to feel no fear or pain. She simply focused all her energy on killing her opponent. It was often said that humans unconsciously avoided using all their muscle power to protect their own bodies. But Kaguri seemed to lack that capability. Just now, she'd stabbed a man who turned to run from her in the back, and then tossed his huge body to the ground with only a single arm. Then she kicked his stomach from below and ruptured his organs, killing him. Finally, after several, perhaps a dozen or more, of the men had been killed, what remained of the squad started to scream orders at one another. With terrifying reflexes, she dodged between their shots and brutally murdered several more. But very long pause. Oh, there we go. I don't know why it's pausing so long. At last, a hail of gunfire struck her left hand, and the knife she was holding fell to the floor. No, that wasn't it. It wasn't the knife that fell. It was her entire left hand. The shock caused her body to stagger back. Someone screamed in a voice that lacked any of the pride and bravery a soldier is supposed to possess. Several more bullets dug into her body. Parts of the motorcycle suit ripped open and the helmet cracked. Blood that was clearly her own, not that of the men she'd killed, began to pour out. At last, she fell into a pile of corpses.
Yes!
They must have thought they finally had her. One of the survivors pointed his gun down to finish her, and just as she was about to pull the trigger, or he, her bestial roar and the man's terrified scream overlapped in a horrible cacophony. She forced herself to leap up and brought the back of the remaining cleaver down on his arm, knocking him back. An instant later, the knife slit his throat and ended his life. The survivors began to flee in terror. Alright. End scene. Hey, gamers, give me just a second. I will be right back. Do I have to make you listen to that while I'm gone? No. I will be back. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get a drink and then I'll return and we'll continue. Hold on. Hey, anime enthusiasts, I guess you can listen to me gulp some frickin' tea, I suppose. Oops, sorry, I forgot to mute the microphone. Anyways, I'm here, even though I wasn't quite ready yet. Hold on. Alright, I am back. Bros, I don't think we're gonna hear any more clown music for a while. I'm so happy. Okay. Hold on. Enjoy these footsteps. Imagine that he's running really far and I'm not just getting up to get some ibuprofen. Okay.
鈴は無事だし、マユリだってそのうちひょっこりラボに戻ってくる。
When I reached Radicon, I realized that many people in the crowd of pedestrians were holding their phones up to the sky. There was evidently no service near the station either. I took a moment to catch my breath as I looked up at Radicon. I could hear what sounded like a distant explosion. It wasn't just one. The explosions were coming in a series. Several of the people around me were glancing at their surroundings, confused by this unfamiliar sound. And then I realized that it was gunfire. I remembered the sounds I'd heard during the battle between CERN's Rounders and the Russian military. The sounds were coming from the roof of Radicon. Had I not made it in time?
鈴は
I ran into Radicon. For some reason, the elevator was under maintenance and turned off. I had no choice but to take the stairs. My heart was pounding so fast that I thought it would burst, and I tripped several times due to how tense I was. I stumbled again and again on the stairs. How many times had I come up these stairs feeling like this? Cursing my lack of endurance, I headed for the top floor. When I got to the 7th floor, I ran into someone I'd hope I wouldn't see. No, my guess that I'd run into them was right. I wished I wasn't right, but...
レスキネン教授
Oh no, Lintalo!
やあ、リンタロ。まさかこんなに早く君が来るとは思わなかったよ。
Dr. Leskinen seemed perturbed when he saw my face.
どうしてここに
少し落ち着きなさい。そんなに息が切れていたのでは話もできないよ。
どうしてここにいるんです。アマデウスはどうなったんです。
君に頼んだサンプリングテストは半年前に終わっている。話すことはできないな。
That was his answer. Even though Amadeus had disappeared, Leskinen was extremely calm. There was no sign of him trying to deal with the problem, and instead of being in his office, he was here. That was all I needed to know.
クリスが俺に送ってきたメッセージの内容は本当だったんですね。
The father that she had spoken of was Leskinen after all.
クリスや魔法どうしたんです。彼女たちの記憶データを解析してタイムマシンに関するデータを取り出すつもりなんでしょう。
驚いたな。クリスはそこまで君に話してしまったのか。監視していたつもりだったが、いつの間にそんな真似を。
Leskinen seemed truly shocked, which meant that he hadn't noticed that Kurisu was an @channeler, or that she'd spoken to me there. Oh shit! And then Leskinen took out a gun and pointed it at me. He don't even look like a thumb.
君は少し踏み込みすぎたようだ。
あなたは何者なんだ。
科学者だよ。だが科学者も実践授業ではないのでね。
I think they nailed the perspective on this one a little bit better than the last one. I can force myself to see it, but it's not quite as much of a baby arm.
君はストラテジックフォーカス社というアメリカの民間情報機関を知っているかな。
ストラテジックフォーカス社、アメリカのストラトフォーカ。
I'd read about them on a conspiracy theory website. I remembered reading that they acquired top secret information on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get, and then sold it. The result was the destruction of the CIA's reputation, and at the same time, the total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. I'd even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars, they'd obtain information about the warring countries faster than anyone, and spread it as needed.
世界から影の CIA などと呼ばれているのが私たちだよ。
So he was going to use Amadeus for military purposes? Was everything that he said at the seminar just platitudes and lies?
まあ、私のことはどうでもいいだろう。それよりリンタロウ、勝美から聞いたのだが、君も例の新型脳炎を発症しているそうだね。それどころか、新型脳炎そのもののメカニズムについて何か知っているらしいじゃないか。実に興味深い。君の持つその情報をぜひ提供してくれないか。何？簡単な施術を受けてくれるだけでいいんだ。そうすれば、私は君を助手として迎え入れてもいい。
Alright, another job offer. For some reason, my whole body broke out in goosebumps at the word procedure. The Dr. Leskin and I knew, the man with the childlike, mischievous heart and deep scientific curiosity, the man who'd been so kind to me, the man I respected, was gone. In his place was the cruel, scientific fundamentalist who thought nothing of human lives or hearts as he pointed a gun at me. Or was that who he truly was? Suddenly, he seemed like a terrifying unknown.
どうかな?
He took a step toward me, and then another fierce gunfight broke out above. Leskinen clicked his tongue at the sound. He glanced toward the stairs.
なぜ銃撃戦になっているんだ? 穏便に済ませるとあれほど.
Yeah, get him. I took advantage of the distraction. Luckily, I was still on the staircase. I tackled his legs as hard as I could and he lost his balance and fell. He hit his head hard on the steps, and after a moment's jerk, stopped moving at all. Well, okay. He might be dead, but I didn't care anymore. I'd become a murderer many times over already. You took his gun, right? His gun, that was... You took it, right? Right? When I opened the door, what I saw was a vision from the heart of hell itself. There was blood everywhere, and bodies too.
なんだこれ
I mean, you can't murder more people if you don't have a gun, right? In the middle of the sea of blood was a girl in a motorcycle suit and helmet, covered in crimson as she lay on the ground. She held a giant cleaver. I could see instantly that she was responsible for this disaster. Her shoulders moved up and down a little, so evidently she was still alive. I approached the woman, trying my best not to throw up from the stench. What a fucking scene.
Mama.
Rest in peace, Kaguri. I could hear a voice from beneath the cracked, broken helmet. I looked closer and saw that some of the blood was her own. Her body was racked with bullets, and her left hand was completely gone. It was a miracle that she had somehow survived all that. She didn't seem to notice me as she slowly crawled through the blood. I followed her gaze and saw my Yuri huddle beneath the time machine. Suzuha seemed to be unhurt, but there was blood on my Yuri's face. I hadn't expected to see her here, and I was worried about her wound, but more than anything, I was glad that she was safe. She raised her face when she heard my voice. But the next moment, her eyes locked on the girl in the motorcycle suit. She saw the thing crawling toward her and screamed.
ママ違うの。これはだって
It's really hard to focus on the text when it's very slowly crawling across her ass.
ママを守ろうとして。
Can you crop it again? Kaguri. Did she say Kaguri? It was only then that I realized that the girl in the motorcycle suit was the Shina Kaguri that Suzu had been looking for.
ごめんなさい、ママ。カガリ、もういい。
Suzu yelled, unable to take any more.
もういいから動くな。死ぬぞお前。カガリはね、ママに怖い思いをさせようなんて思ってなかったんだよ。本当だよ。カガリはただママを助けなくちゃって。だからママお願い、カガリを嫌いにならないでお願い。ママごめんなさい、許して。
At last, her strength failed, and she collapsed. I returned to my senses and ran to her before Suzuha could get there.
おい、大丈夫か？
Her breathing was wheezy and shallow. One of the bullets had probably pierced her lungs. Okay, there we go. Just keep it there, okay? I thought taking off her helmet would help her breathe, so I put my hand on it to remove it, but she grabbed my hand and pushed it away.
やめて。取らないで。ママと鈴葉お姉ちゃんの前ではお願い、岡部さん。
Her voice and the way she talked. I realized who this girl called Shina Kaguri was. I looked close and saw I recognized her face.
そんな。君はなぜ？
オカリンおじさん、カガリは？
来るな！
I quickly motioned to Suzuha to keep her distance.
こっちは任せろ。お前はマユリを頼む。マユリの傷は大丈夫なのか？確認してくれ。
She looked upset, but did as I asked. She went back to Mayuri and started to look at her wounds. Mayuri was covering her face and trying not to look at the bodies.
大丈夫。マユ姉さんの傷は深くない。
I relaxed a little when I heard that.
よかった。ママ、無事だったんだ。よかった。
Kaguri's voice was a whisper as I cradled her in my arms. And then she slowly closed her eyes. Her breathing got weaker.
しっかりしろ。君はなんで？
大丈夫。心配しないで。私、こうなっても痛くも苦しくもないから。いつも神様の声が聞こえるの。君は痛くならないよ、苦しくならないよって。だから全然岡部さんには伝えておくね。本物は何も知らないです。3年前からヨーロッパに留学中、
だから教授が私を秋葉原へ送り込むために裏で手を回して、本物は本当に何も知らない。
教授だって。
Did she mean
この世界線では本当は来年なんですよ。橋田さんと本物が出会うのは。
Kagari opened her eyes a little once more and looked toward the time machine, toward Mayuri and Suzuha.
大丈夫。きっと本物も橋田さんのこと好きになります。私と同じように。言っちゃった。誰にも内緒ですよ。
And this time, her smile still shining in her eyes, they closed for real. With one final shudder, the strength left her body. Her life faded away in my hands. There was so much I wanted to ask her. Why had she appeared before us using that name? There were so many things I didn't understand, but Shina Kagari's life ended in that moment.
ほかりおじさん、かがりは無事？
I came back to my senses when I heard her voice. If I told her about Kagari's death, it would cause a lot of mental stress. That wasn't a good idea. Right now, I needed to do something about the time machine as fast as possible.
大丈夫だ。この子は俺が病院へ連れて行く。
I slung Kagari's bloody body around my shoulder and stood up.
鈴葉は急いでタイムマシンを停止させて偽装しろ。もうじき警察がここへ。
もう遅いよ。
Oh, look! It's the man that was totally dead that you didn't take the gun from. Oh. Before I could open the door, a huge shadow appeared from within. Whoa, what the fuck? He wasn't dead. But he must have taken a lot of damage to the head because his face was the color of clay, and one of his eyes wasn't focusing.
すぐにここは戦場になる。アメリカもロシアも日本も動き出してしまった。一度回り出した歯車はもう止められない。カガリがもっと早く我々に報告していれば、ここまで事態は悪化することもなかったものを。
Leskinen knew about Kagari, which meant that I was right. But Suzuha spoke before I could.
そうか。お前が教授か。かがりを洗脳したのはお前だな。
そうなんですか。あなたはそういう人だったんですか。
別にこの私が何かしたわけじゃない。
Leskinen didn't try to deny it.
むしろ10年ほど前、路頭に迷っていた彼女を助けて、ここまで育つよう援助してあげたんだよ。
援助って。普通に生活してたら彼女がこんな風になるはずないじゃないか。
そんなに怒鳴らないでくれないか。頭が悪そうにいたもんだ。嘘じゃない。彼女は自分の方から私に接触してきた。整形までしてこの町に潜り込んだのも彼女のプランだよ。何でも頭の中の神様が全て教えてくれるんだそうだ。 最初私はホームレスの子供が食べ物欲しさにくだらない作り話をしているんだと思ったんだがね。彼女の脳や記憶を調べてみると非常に興味深く素晴らしいことが分かった。その神様というのはね。
And even as his face twisted in pain, he smiled proudly.
その神様というのはなんと未来の2036年の私だったんだよ。
あんたは本当のマッドサイエンティストだ。
Suddenly, I heard a siren down below. Just hearing the sound made me feel uneasy. I never heard a sound like it before.
なんだこれ。
ゲリラ攻撃情報、ゲリラ攻撃情報。当地域にゲリラ攻撃の可能性があります。屋内に避難し、テレビ、ラジオをつけてください。
Oh no, a gorilla alert. I heard the announcement coming from the speakers on the street. The announcement? A type of alert from Japan's early warning system, J Alert. The J Alert system is a system used in the event of an emergency, such as a large-scale disaster or an armed attack to send out information from the government to warn the populace. When activated, the J Alert system uses communication satellites to automatically activate all disaster warning systems throughout Japan, including loudspeakers, sirens, and alerts that interrupt radio and TV station broadcasts. There are several different types of alerts, including earthquake early warnings, Tokai earthquake alerts, tsunami warnings, volcanic eruption warnings, severe weather advisories, ballistic missile alerts, air raid alerts, guerrilla and special forces attack alerts, and large-scale terrorism alerts. Okay. A guerrilla attack. Well, fuck. I could hear several helicopters in the sky above me. Their engines were clearly more powerful than the ones in the media's news choppers. I recognized the sound from the time I'd spent in the wartime world line. Wartime.
ここは間もなくタイムマシンを奪い合う戦場と化すんだ。
第三次世界大戦が始まるのか。
まさかこの町の住民も自分たちの都市の中心から世界戦争が始まるとは夢にも思っていないだろうね。
And then Leskinen leaned up against the wall, sat down, and stopped moving. Whether he passed out or gone into a coma from the brain damage, I didn't have time to find out. It was like the air in the city had gotten heavier. That's how it felt. A chill ran down my spine. I'd spent a month at war in that world line, and the same future was about to begin here. Something like that couldn't happen in Japan. It was like a TV show or a movie, but I knew instinctively that this wasn't fiction. There had been signs since 6 months ago. Here in Akihabara, in Tokyo, in Japan, spies and soldiers from all around the world have been working in the shadows. So, I'd known this would happen. By refusing Suzuha's request and choosing the world line where Mayuri survived, I doomed over 5 billion people. I was the one who chose this. It was me. I looked and saw that Suzuha was pushing Mayuri into the time machine.
こうなったら私たちはこのまま過去へジャンプする。かがりのこと頼んだよ。
Okay. Suzuha had no idea that Kaguri was already dead. She leaped into the cockpit. I raced over and grabbed onto the hatch, then looked inside.
過去ってまさか1年前。 あの日へ行くのか、こんな急に。
急ってわけじゃないんだ。それにあの日へは飛ばない。
She was tapping commands into the console as she spoke.
何、あの日へは飛ばないってどういう。
ちょっとまゆ姉さんを借りるよ。
Mayuri was already strapped into a seat, just like I was when I jumped a year ago with Suzuha.
マユリ、お前。
あかり。
I heard fierce gunfire and screams in the distance. It looked like some of the spies had started fighting each other. Kagari may have just wiped out a force from one nation, but an army from an entirely different one was still coming.
あかり、これ。
Mayuri handed me a smartphone. I took it without thinking.
電波つながらないからこれ預けるね。メール読んで。マユシーの気持ちだから。
ちょっと待て、なんでお前が行くんだ。お前がいたって結果は同じだ。何もできない。それに今飛んだら戻ってこられない。違うの、
オカリンじゃダメなの。これはね、マユシーの役目だから。
わからない。俺にはさっぱりわからない。頼む、降りてくれマユリ。お前まで因果の輪から外れたら俺は何のためにこの世界線を選んだのか。
オカリン。
Mayuri gently rubbed my cheek, and she smiled sadly. She softly pushed my shoulder. It threw me off balance and made me let go of the hatch. Then the hatch closed.
マユリ、待て。
It was too late. By the time I grabbed back on, the hatch was sealed shut. The door controls were biometric. Only Suzuha could open it now. The time machine started to roar. A pale light began to gather around it. I'd seen this before in the Alpha World line.
マユリ。
Just then, a group of armed men kicked open the door and swarmed onto the roof. They were highly trained military operatives. Bye-bye. Time to go. Uh-oh. And then an attack helicopter descended from the skies. The soldiers started to shoot at it, but the helicopter seemed to ignore them as it slowly hovered in place. I realized the powerful rocket launchers on either side of its bodies were aimed at me. No, at the time machine. It couldn't be.
やめろ。
But my worst fears were realized. The helicopter fired its rockets. They headed straight for the time machine. It was still there, shrouded in light.
やめろ。
The second I yelled, a powerful blast blew me back. The next thing I knew, I was crawling on the ground. I saw that some of the soldiers had already joined the mountain of corpses on the ground. And some of them were still shooting at the helicopter. I stood up as fast as I could. My whole body felt like it was on fire. My skin was burned in places. My clothes had been blasted off. No, my own problems didn't matter. What about the time machine? I looked up toward where the time machine had been. If it had jumped in time, it should have been able to avoid the rockets. But... there were scraps of metal everywhere. I could tell they belonged to the time machine. Had I not made it in time?
鈴葉マユリ
I looked around in the cloud of smoke.
なあマユリどこだ
マユリ鈴葉返事をしてくれ
There were bodies everywhere, but I couldn't see Mayuri or Suzuha. I couldn't even tell if they were alive or dead. There were no bodies. They'd simply vanished. After that, things went far beyond my power to control. Brutal battles took place on the ground and in the skies of Akihabara. I'd seen footage of war in the Middle East on the news. Those same scenes were playing out in Akihabara. I managed to slip through the chaos of the battle and barely escape Radicon with my life. I had no choice but to leave Kaguri's body. I took the long way back to the lab so that no one would find me. By the time I arrived, the sun had set, and the night sky was illuminated with explosions and tracer rounds. The whole of Akihabara was like someone had poked a beehive. The lights were out at the lab, but inside I found Daru, Maho, and Ferris staring at the TV and computer monitor.
オカリン
岡部さん、よく無事で。ってひどい怪我してる。大丈夫なの？
戦闘に巻き込まれたん
急いで手当てしないと。
I didn't have the energy to answer them. I looked toward the footage on the TV screen. The reporter was wearing a bulletproof vest and hard hat. He was screaming at the top of his lungs, trying to drown out the reporters from the other stations.
まるで戦争です。秋葉原駅前や中央通りはすでに閉鎖されて、米軍と自衛隊のヘリや装甲車が今またものすごい発砲音が聞こえました。ここは本当に日本なのでしょうか。まるで内戦中の国の取材をしているようです。政府の発表ではテロということですが、こんな。
And then a stray shot from an anti-material rifle fired by a special forces team from some other country struck the news van's engine and blew it up.
爆発した。爆発が起きました。死にたいのか。今すぐ逃げろ。もう戦争なんだ。本当に死ぬぞ。
Rest in peace, news van. An SDF soldier forced his way onto the screen and yelled at the media to run away.
戦争ってどことですか。知るか。
Just after that, I heard another explosion and the video was cut off. Did they take a direct hit? Everyone fell silent.
ここも危ないわね。お家には帰れない。
ネットの情報も大混乱中なんだよ。なあオカリン、鈴葉はあとマユシは見つかったん？鈴葉とマユリは鈴葉とマユリは過去へ飛んだのか死んだのかどっちかだ。
Daru stormed up to me, infuriated.
どういうことだよ。もっとちゃんと教えてくれ。戦闘ヘリがタイムマシンに
Well,
ロケットランチャーを。
either they died, or they went back in the time machine and didn't affect anything at all in a way that would activate reading Steiner. So,
タイムマシンは破壊されて、それに鈴葉とマユリが乗ってて、
過去へ飛ぶ直前だったんだ。マシンの残骸は残ってたけど、全部じゃなくてラブ、どれだけ探しても鈴葉もマユリも死体が見つからなかったんだ。体の一部さえ残ってなかった。まるで跡形もなく消えたみたいに。あの二人ちゃんと過去に止めたのかな。
The tears I tried so hard to hold back came pouring out. Daru fell to his knees. Ferris and Maho were staring at me, eyes wide in shock. Daru slammed his fist into the floor. I tried to I tried to wipe away my tears and realized I was holding something in my right hand. It was the cell phone that Mayuri had given me. She told me to read the message on it. It wasn't locked. I opened the mail folder. There were several unsent messages addressed to her friends and family. One of them was addressed to me. Was this what she wanted me to read? With fingers shaking, I tapped the screen to open the message.
おかりんへ。てってるー。まゆしーです。本当はちゃんとお話ししようと思ったけど、うまく言えるかどうかわからないし、おかりんに引き止められると迷っちゃいそうだからメールにしました。私はすずさんと一緒に過去へ行ってきます。なんでっておかりんは怒るかもしれないね。でもこれは私がやらなきゃいけないことなの。だってあの時私の彦星様をどんなに苦しい時でもいつも立ち上がって高笑いをあげてた強い強い彦星様を暗い雲の向こうに隠しちゃったのは私なんだから。私ね、勘違いしてた。みんなは未来をオカリン一人に押し付けようなんてしてなかったんだね。オカリンの周りにはダルくんがいて、すずさんもいて、デカくんもいて、フェリスちゃんもいて、ユキさんもいて、それにマホさんも加わった。だから今度はね、私の出番。だってこれはラボメンナンバー002の初めての大きな任務なんだから。オカリンはきっと心配すると思うけど大丈夫だよ。それにもしも何かあったとしても必ず助けに来てくれるって信じてるから。私の大好きな法院京馬が新しく作ったタイムマシンに乗って必ず。だから私は行ってきます。必ず戻ります。オカリンのところへ戻ってきます。少しだけ待っててね。私は法院京馬のことが好き。でもね、岡部倫太郎のことはもっと好きだよ。
お前忘れてるだろ。お前は俺の人質なんだぞ。いなくなったら人質にならないじゃないか。何かあったら助けに来いだと。人質のくせに生意気だろ。狂気のマッドサイエンティストがお前なんかのために。お前なんかのために。お前はバカだ。でももっとバカだったのはこの俺だ。
My heart was in pain. It hurt so much. It was just like after I killed Carissa. Maybe I'd be better off if I just fell over and died. I would do anything to be released from this pain. But in the corner of my tear-blurred vision, I saw it. Hoen Kyoma's final weapon, his last hope. No, it was the thing that had brought me so many nightmares. I staggered to the development room and threw off the cardboard that was covering it. There it was. The phone wave, name subject to change, Unit 02. The thing that Maho and Daru had been working on behind my back. If I could complete this... I turned around, wiped away my tears, and saw my friends looking depressed in the middle of the darkened room.
お前たちタイムリープマシンの作り方がわからないと言ったな。俺の言う通りにしてくれるか。クリスの導き出した回をお前たちに伝える。それでタイムリープマシンは起動する。
Maho said that the one thing she didn't know was how to compress the memory data. Which means that everything else was finished, and I knew how to complete it. Daru was the first to nod.
僕やるよ。教えてくれオカリン。
私も手伝うわ。決まりだにゃ。
All three responded with no hesitation. They turned toward me and spoke their answers clearly.
よしダル、セルにハッキングをかけてくれ。 LHC を遠隔操作する。そこで記憶データを36バイトまで小さくする。それなら過去へ転送できる。
たったの36バイト。
You could tell she was a scientist by the way her face went pale at the number.
けどさ、なんか動作が不安定で、こいつただの電子レンジになっちゃう時があって。
ブラウン管工房の42型ブラウン管、それが点灯している時に電話レンジカッコ仮は機能を発揮する。
ブラウン管、あ、そうか。
Just the word CRT was enough for her to figure it out. The life was coming back into her eyes.
それなら完成させられるかも。でも完成したとしていきなり使うつもり？何の実証もせずに人体実験まがいのことをするなんて。
自分の作ったものに自信が持てないのか。
でも
別の世界線でクリスはやってみせたぞ。
それはクリスだからよ。私はあの子にはなれないわ。
アットチャンネルに書かれたクリスのメッセージを見ただろう。
So lastly, I'd like you to pass a message to the person I respect the most. I always regarded myself as an essentially ordinary intellect. Tell her that she always was the person I wanted to be. Tell her that she was the real Amadeus.
クリスにあそこまで言わせたんだ。なのに逃げる気か。
逃げたりなんかしないわよ。見くびらないで。
I nodded back and smoothed back my hair, which had been mussed by the explosion.
ヒョウマ、これ。
Ferris brought me my white lab coat, which had been hanging for ages on the wall in the development room. I bit down on my lip and wiped away the tears one more time. I took the lab coat and slipped my arms through the sleeves. I spun around so that the hem of the coat flew up and stood triumphantly in the center of the lab. Just as I used to. And then I declared in a loud voice,
これより電話レンジカッコ仮2号機を完成させタイムリープを行う。俺に力を貸してくれ。今度こそ俺は絶対に諦めない。
I looked at Daru and Ferris and finally at Maho.
たとえ何回何十回何百回ダメだったとしても何千回何万回何億回と挑んで何もかも全て救ってみせる。鈴葉もマユリもそしてクリスもだ。これはその最初の一歩となる。
For the first time in a year, I was back to my old self. My friends saw me and nodded, their faces filled with resolve. It took almost 2 full days to finish work on the phone wave named Subject to Change. Meanwhile, the chaos in Akihabara continued, and it wasn't safe to go outside. Working on the time leap machine while knowing that the battles might reach us at any minute, or that a special forces team might burst in at any time, was a hard job that wore on our nerves. But still, we managed to finish the machine somehow. I jumped. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the middle of an Akihabara alleyway. I was holding a cell phone in my hand. I had a nasty headache and there was a stinging pain in my neck. I felt a pain on one side of my head like a migraine headache, and the left side of my face hurt really bad. My vision flashed with dark and bright spots. I took a look around. The alley was still peaceful. I heard no gunshots and no explosions. The otaku were enjoying their shopping, and the girls in maid outfits were calling out passersby. That alone was enough to tell me for sure that the time leap was a success. I looked at the time on my smartphone. July 7th, 5:45 p.m. I had around 40 to 50 minutes before the war began. That still wasn't enough. But the 48-hour limit of the time leap machine meant that this was as far as I could go. No point in getting negative. If the machine had been finished just a little later, it would have been too late. I should have been glad to have made it here at all. I knew what I'd been doing at this time. I was running around Akihabara looking for Mayuri. First, I needed to call Maho. She should have been looking for Mayuri too. Okay, here's your Maho.
もしもし、見つかった？
いや、だが場所は分かった。急いでラボに戻ってきてくれ。
I hung up before she could answer. and went back to the lab myself. She was already there by the time I arrived.
まゆりさん見つかったのよね。迎えに行かなくていいの？
Dari was acting a little awkward, probably because he just hit me.
ヒアジョさん、よくやってくれた。
はい？
I grabbed both of her hands and shook them. Both Maho and Daru seemed confused as to what was going on.
俺は48時間後の未来からタイムリープしてきたんだ。
マジ？
完成させたの？最低でもあと48時間以内に？
ああ、
一体どうやって？
説明は後だ。いいか、時間がない。よく聞いてくれ。何人もの命がかかってる。
I'd gone over the mission many, many times while waiting for work on the phone wave named subject to change the finish. I thought of everything to say.
ヒアジョさん、すぐにアマデウスにアクセスしてクリスとマホをバックアップごと全部消去しろ。レース記念はあれを平和利用するつもりなんてない。
何を？そんなめちゃくちゃな。
タイムリープしてきたって言っただろ。あと1時間もしないうちに秋葉原が戦場になるんだ。タイムマシンが狙われるんだよ。それが第3次世界大戦の始まりになる。阻止しないと鈴葉もマユリも死ぬ。
Maho and Daru went pale when they heard that.
マジ？え？マジ？
だから俺の言う通りにしてほしい。
データにはアクセスできるけど、外部からいじるには教授の持っている管理者権限が必要よ。
そこから先はダルの仕事だ。クラックしてデータを完全破壊しろ。
オキドキ！任せろ！
Daru started typing at incredible speed. His daughter's life was on the line. Maho stood next to him and typed in her ID and password to begin accessing Amadeus.
俺はラジカンへ行く。ここは任せたぞ。
オカリン！鈴葉を頼む！
I think they might have made their move as soon as they were able to crack into the black box. And that's why they're deleting them now.
ああ、任せろ。
Daru didn't even look up from his computer.
鈴葉、マユリ！
When I made it to the top of Radicon, Mayuri quickly ducked behind the time machine.
おかわり。
Mayuri was trying not to look at me. Her eyes were a little red because she'd been crying so much. She heard me talking about Kurisu's sacrifice in the Alpha World line. My heart ached again, realizing how much I'd hurt her.
マユリ、タイムマシンで過去へ戻るつもりか？
どうして？
俺は48時間後からタイムリープしてきた。全部知ってる。
それ本当？
I nodded.
ここはあと30分もしないうちに戦場になる。
まさかタイムマシンのことがどこかから漏れるの？
あ、
まずい。だったら今すぐに飛ぶしかない。
Suzuki leapt into the time machine.
いや、ちょっとだけ待ってくれ。ダルとヒアジョーさんが今先手を打っているところだ。優秀な二人だ。必ずうまくいくだろう。でも、もし仮に思い通りにいかなかったら。
行かなかったら。
お前たちは。
かもしれないってどういう意味？オカリンおじさんがタイムリープする前の世界で私たちはどうなったの？ というかおじさんがタイムリープしてきたってことは何か致命的な失敗があった。そうなんだね。
I didn't know if I should tell them. No, there was no time to hesitate.
鈴葉と真由里が乗っていたタイムマシンは時間跳躍直前にロケットランチャーの直撃を受けた。でも乗っていたお前たち二人の死体はマシンの残骸の中からは見つからなかったんだ。
なるほど。だからかもしれないか。それなら未来は確定してない。まだ成功の可能性は残されてる。
鈴葉ならそう言うと思った。
止めないでよおじさん。
Her eyes were filled with resolve. They seemed to say that if I tried to stop her, she'd do whatever it took to ensure I failed. Of course, I had no intention of stopping her. She'd come here to do her job, and there was no way to change her mind. Actually, I'd come here to ensure that she could jump without having to worry about Stratfo's interference. But Mayuri, the uncertainty that had been going in and out of my mind ever since I read her message reared its head again.
なあ、真由里、本当に言ってしまうのか。お前に隠し事をしていたのは謝る。でも俺もクリスもみんながお前のことを大好きなんだ。そんなお前を助けたくてこの世界線にたどり着いたんだ。なのにお前が言ってしまったら俺たちは。
おかり。
いや、お前の気持ちは痛いほど分かってるけど。
ねえオカリンおじさん。
And then Suzuha spoke softly.
オペレーションアークライトが発動したんだよ。
オペレーションアークライト。
私が聞かされていた当初の計画とは違う。戻るのは去年の7月28日じゃなくて8月21日になった。
8月21日。
That was the day that Suzuha had come in the time machine. And the day I'd given up on everything.
そのオペレーションにはマユ姉さんも必要なんだ。未来の父さんから私はそう指示を受けた。ついさっき。
なんだって。
In the future, Daru had come up with an operation I knew nothing about. And he needed Mayuri for it. Her unexpected words sent my mind reeling.
おかり。
And then Mayuri came close enough for me to hold her and grabbed my hand tight. She looked like she was about to cry, but her eyes were clear and bright.
真由里。
行かせてね。マユシーもラボメンなんだよ。落ち込んじゃってる彦星さんをマユシーがひっぱたいてきてあげるから。お願い。
I remembered what was in that message. I remember how she must feel right now. The last remnants of my hesitation slowly melted away.
俺一人で何もかも背負ってると勘違いしていたんだな。周りのことが見えてなかったんだな。真由里だけじゃない。俺の近くにはたくさんのラボメンたちがいるのにな。
おかり。
Oh. I suddenly felt a horrible pain in my leg as the shock knocked me several meters forward and onto the ground. Hold on a second. I know that this is an intense moment, but I have to go let Joker in, or else he's going to cry. And we can't both be crying right now. I looked down at my leg and saw that there was a red stain around the calf. It felt like it was on fire. The pain flared up each time my heart beat and I couldn't stand. Was I just shot?
お前、かがり。
A girl in a motorcycle suit was standing there. Kagari had a handgun in her right hand, and in her left she was holding what looked like a bomb. There was no sign of the professor or the other men in camo. That much was fortunate, but Kagari had shown up a little earlier than I expected. I hadn't quite planned for this, but evidently I'd run out of time.
スザー、マシンに乗るんだ。今すぐ飛べ。くだらないことを言って悪かった。お前を守るためなら誰はどんなことでもやってのける。失敗なんてするわけないよな。
オカリンおじさん。
だからマシンは無事に飛べるだろう。
もちろん。
In fact, there was no sign of anyone but Kagari showing up. That meant that Daru and Mahu's efforts had been successful, and they kept the secrets of the time machine out of Stratfo's hands.
前よりも行け。早く。
でもオカリンは。
She was looking at my injured leg and panicking.
俺のことなら心配ない。14年後までは絶対に死なないからな。
Kagari fired again. The bullet struck less than 30 centimeters away from where I was lying on the ground.
誰も動いちゃダメ。じゃないとその人を殺しちゃうよ。マシンに乗らないで。それは教授に渡すの。その後使い方を教えてもらって、かがりが未来へ帰るのに使うんだから。
構うな。ここは俺が何とかする。早くしろ。スザーもだ。係のことは俺に任せてくれていい。
分かった。マヨネさん、中へ。
Suzuha pushed my Yuri inside the time machine and out of my sight.
オカリンおじさん、かがりのこと頼んだよ。
了解だ。
Suzuha followed my Yuri inside, and at the same time the hatch started to close.
ダメだって言ってるのに。降りてよ。
Kagari ran up to it. I forced myself to stand up, ignoring the piercing pain, and blocked her way.
邪魔はさせない。
うるさい。どけ。
断る。
どけよ。
Kagari kicked my injured leg, and hard. The pain made me so dizzy I could hardly stand. Kagari slipped past me and tried to grab on to the time machine. She was going to use the bomb in her hand. If she did, things would turn out the same as last time. The time leap would be wasted.
降りろ。じゃないとこの爆弾でマシンを壊す。
やめろ。
I grabbed her from behind and wrapped my arms under hers. I pulled her away from the machine, ignoring the pain in my leg.
分かってるのか。そんなことすればお前の大事なママが死ぬんだぞ。 おとなしくしてくれ。頼むから。
Mayuri tossed a hard drive to me from the almost completely closed hatch. What fell on the floor was the thing that Kurisu had left behind for Maho.
これはクリスの。どうしてここに。
I thought Russia had destroyed it.
父さんを怒らないでやって。これからのタイムマシン研究に必要なものだと思うから。
I could just barely hear Suzua's voice from within the machine. So that was it. Daru had hid it in the time machine.
それじゃあオカリ、行ってくるね。
I could see Mayuri looking at me from the small gap in the door. That's right. This was a temporary goodbye. I'd see her again someday. Right, Mayuri? So I would send off my brave Lab Mim 002 with my head held high.
頼んだぞ。ラボメンナンバー00に椎名真由里。オペレーションアークライトを完成しろ。情けないこの俺を引っ叩いてきてくれ。
任せて。オカリ、私ね、オカリンのこと大好き。
あ。
I smiled as the hatch sealed completely shut. The time machine started to roar. I felt like I heard a helicopter in the distance. I believed in him, but for now I had no proof that Daru had been able to crack the complicated Amadeus system and delete every bit of data. It was possible that Special Forces teams from all around the world were converging on Akihabara right now. Imagining that made me want to hurry. Quickly. Go quickly. I felt like praying as I watched the pale light surround the time machine. Kaguri's cry went unanswered. A bright light covered the time machine, and it vanished from this world.
成功だ。
Kaguri sobbed and glared at me with eyes full of hate.
どうしてママを行かせた。
She shook away my hands and pointed the gun at my head. I stared her dead in the face.
君の素晴らしいママは鈴葉と一緒に世界をダメにしたバカな男を叱りに行ったんだ。この世界のためにとっても大事なことをしてきてくれるんだ。
嘘だ。ママも鈴葉お姉ちゃんもかがりを置き去りにしていったんだ。
嘘じゃない。俺も君がもっと幸せな場所で真由里と出会えるようにこれから頑張ってみる。だからもうやめにしような。
そんな話信じられない。
いや、君なら信じてくれるはずだ。だって俺は君が本当は誰でどんなに優しい人かよく知ってるから。
The gun barrel started to shake a little.
私を知ってる？
知ってる。俺は48時間後からタイム
Kaguri put her hands to her head as her body spasmed with pain.
神様の声が騙されるなって言ってる。お前は嘘つきな敵だって、殺してしまえばママのところへ帰れるようになるって。世界を破壊しようとする悪いやつは殺せって。それで私は元の世界へ戻れる。
Kaguri wasn't making any sense. Was this brainwashing? Had the professor done something so cruel? I grabbed the flailing hand that held the gun and looked deep into her eyes. She was crying and
聞
scared.
くんだ。ママはきっともう戻ってこない。でもこれから俺たちが頑張れば、もしかしたらママも君も幸せな形で一緒に暮らせる世界が訪れるかもしれない。君のママはそのために時間を飛び越えていったんだ。そのママの気持ちを台無しにしちゃダメだ。君は今からでもやり直せる。
神様の声に逆らってもいいの？
ああ。
The voice of God she was hearing was probably the professor's brainwashing. How far it had its claws sunk into her mind, I had no way to tell. But now we had Maho, a specialist in brain science. If we work hard at treatment, I'm sure she'll be okay.
ねえ、岡部さん、
Her voice was normal again.
ママに会いたいよ。会えるかな？
会えるさ、いつか。
よかった。
There was another sudden gunshot. Kaguri's body collapsed right in front of me. I looked over at where it came from and saw another girl in a black motorcycle suit. She wasn't wearing a helmet, so I could tell that it was Kiryu Moeka pointing a gun at us. Her face was deathly pale, and she was crying.
なんでお前がこんな。なんでだよ、桐生萌か。
FB ねえ FB、 私あんな女になんか騙されなかった。こんなの偽物の携帯だって分かったよ。だからお願い、私を見捨てないで。 FB。
The cell phone fell from her hands. Another shot from her gun blew it into fragments. I held Kaguri in my arms. Her chest was turning red.
おい、しっかりしろ。
よかった。神様の言う通りにしても間違うことあったんだ。自業自得ですよ。彼女の心を踏みにじって利用しようとしたからごめんなさい。こんな子になるつもりじゃなかったのねえ。ママ、どこなの？
Her voice grew thinner. Kiryumoika collapsed some distance away. Her eyes were unfocused and all she did was mumble. She didn't seem capable of coherent thought. Both of them would be in danger if I didn't get them to a hospital. But dozens of men in camo jumped over the fence on the roof out of nowhere. Even Daru and Maho couldn't succeed in this short span of time. Or was this world line going to converge so that the war started here no matter what? No, but
無駄なんかじゃなかったさ。
if nothing else, they'd bought me time. And that had delayed the attack long enough for Suzuha and Mayuri to leave. That's right. In this instant, we already won. The way forward was still uncertain, but there was no doubt that the path into Steins Gate lay before me.
目標1ロスト。目標2、目標3もロスト。どうなってる？
The leader was talking on his radio. I could see attack helicopters in the sky. I heard that siren again.
ゲリラ攻撃情報。ゲリラ攻撃情報。当地域にゲリラ攻撃の可能性があります。屋内に避難し、テレビ、ラジオをつけてください。
The war was starting. Just as I had thought, even the time leap couldn't change that.
リンタロじゃないか。
Oh, fuck. If shit couldn't get worse, Leskinen appeared from behind the men in camo. That's right. He was a secret member of Stratfo just like them.
なぜここに？かがりは死んだのかい？聞かせてくれ、リンタロ。タイムマシンはどこに？
I lay Kaguri down on the ground and slowly rose back up. Blood wouldn't stop coming out of the wound on my leg. The pain was getting worse. But even still, I stood up proud and strong. In front of the men with their guns. And in front of the attack helicopters with its rocket launchers. In front of the professor. In front of the war that was about to begin. I laughed as loud as I could in that voice.
Yoく聞け、間抜けどもめ。貴様らが手に入れようとしたタイムマシンはもうここにはない。この時代にはもう存在しないのだ。残念だったな。せいぜい悔しがるがいい。そして恐れるがいい。この法王院教魔は貴様らにも運命にも負けることはない。俺は必ずシュタインズゲートを見つけてみせる。
That's right. This was the beginning of the long epigraph necessary to reach Steins Gate. Madness is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Einstein had once said that when he despaired of human folly. But now I would gladly give myself over to that madness and folly. I would use every bit of dedication and obsession within me to seek the lone different outcome, which the laws of God could not reach.
それがこの俺の選択だ。
And there we go. The last piece of the puzzle. The VOD always gets muted around right now. So I'm not gonna say anything for a little bit.
因果は成立した。計画の最終段階について話そう。
Hey, you know what I said about the VOD? give me just like another minute. I'm gonna go get a drink. Now's your chance too as well. But oh, hi Joker. I'll be right back. Hold on. Oops, wrong one. There we go. No, wrong one still. No, wrong one still. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it. Oh, it's fucked. Okay, hold on. I'll just do it manually. Okay, I'll be right back. There we go. Hi friends, I've returned. I hope I set the mood for the final chapter of Steins Gate. Milky Way Crossing. Hold on. Let me see if I can get everything set up again. Hey, I did it in one button press. Cool. Well, there we go. Now that the causal link has been established, allow me to explain the final stage of the plan.
ダイバージェンスを変え未知の世界線シュタインズゲートへ到達する計画だ。ちなみにシュタインズゲートと命名したのは俺だ。なぜシュタインズゲートなのかはお前ならわかるはず。特に意味はない。そうだろ。
2025. The Future Gadget Laboratory, also known as the Lab. It was also the headquarters of the resistant organization Valkyrie. Once located in a room in a multi-purpose building in Akihabara, it had been moved to a new base after the Third World War. The place was far too filthy to really be called a lab. But it was, without a doubt, the home of the best minds in the world as they searched for a way to reach Steins Gate. In the center of the room, Okabe Rintaro was delivering a monologue, posing like a stage actor as his white coat flapped.
お前が立っているその場所は
Old
俺た
Kabe.
ちがクリスを助けたいと願ったからこそ到達できた瞬間なんだ。俺の計画の下準備は完了した。あとはお前次第だ。最終ミッションオペレーションスクルドの概要を説明する。
Operation Skuld, the final mission to reach Steins Gate. Entrusted by Okabe Rintaro in the year 2025 to himself in the year 2010. The parameters for the mission's success were as follows. Change the result of established events without changing the events themselves. Deceive the original Okabe Rintaro. Deceive the world. Skuld was the youngest of the three Norns, the goddess of fate in Norse mythology. The three sisters tend to the world tree Yggdrasil, which has roots in Urd's fountain. Skuld specifically is the Norn of the future and also a Valkyrie.
確定した過去を変えずに結果を変えろ。
Kurisu, also known as Hyajo Maho, was staring at him, annoyed from a distance away. Kurisu was Maho's codename in Valkyrie. How awful. Maho turned toward Hashida Itaru, who was sitting right next to her.
ねえ、あれはあれでいいの？
うん、多分ね。
Itaru was grinning. He was history's greatest super hacker, and he loved Ho and Kyoma too much.
みんなと一緒にあれを見ることになる2010年の凛太郎は恥ずかしくないのかしら？
大丈夫。その頃はもっとすごかったから。
ああ、そう。
Maho sighed and shook her head. But even as she sighed and sighed, she was so sad that she felt that her heart was going to burst. She probably wasn't the only one feeling that way. Itaru, Ushibara Luka, and even Akia Rumiho, who was doing the filming, all seemed a little sad when they thought about what was to come.
最初のお前を騙せ。世界を騙せ。それがシュタインズゲートに到達するための選択だ。
And then Okabe walked toward the camera that Rumiho was holding. He insisted on standing away from the camera with his back turned to give it more atmosphere. So why was he walking toward it now? Maho sighed again. Okabe took the camera from Ferris and brought the lens up to his face. And then he said the final line.
健闘を祈るぞ。狂気のマッドサイエンティストよ。エル。プサイ。コングルー。
And then he stopped the recording. And the video message to the past was complete. It had taken 15 years to get to this point. It was such a long time. And at the same time, it had felt so short.
はい、これでバッチリだにゃ。
よし。あとは D メールと一緒に過去へ送信。ルカ子、送り先とタイミングを間違えるなよ。
はい。今のは2010年の京馬さんの携帯アドレスへ。
Show me Lukaku.
さっき撮ったイタルさんのムービーメールは2011年の鈴葉ちゃんへですね。
I think there's only one scene where we saw Luca in 2025 plus. And they were dead.
ああ、よろしく頼む。
Okabe came over to Maho and the others, his white lab coat flapping as he walked.
お疲れ様。
これでシュタインズゲートへの道筋はついた。今の俺にできるのはここまでだ。あとは2010年の俺次第といったところだな。
おう。
なんだ、ずいぶん暗いじゃないか。
だってやっぱりみんな不安だもの。タイムマシンの試作機でいきなり有人実験なんて。
Maho looked up at the huge time machine, unit number FG-C193, behind them. It was almost the same shape as the C204 model that appeared in Akihabara in 2010, but it was still a prototype with many unstable parts.
大丈夫だ。俺は有能な右腕たちを信用してるからな。絶対に成功する。
あなたが死ぬのは2025年。この世界線ではそれが確定している。だからって自分から死にに行くような真似は感心しないわ。
They'd had this debate 1,000 times before. Maho herself had thought she'd come to terms with it, but at the last minute, she found herself bringing it up again.
確かに。俺はかつて鈴葉からそう言われた。2025年に死ぬと。あいつの話じゃマユリをかばって暴漢に刺されるんだったかな。今この場にマユリはいないが世界線は収束する。だから俺は今年で死ぬものだとずっと思い込んできた。けどな。
Okabe flipped his white lab coat up a little too dramatically and put his hand on his chest.
それは必ずしも死の必然とは限らないんじゃないか。この俺が2025年にこの世界線から消えるという選択もまた死と同じ意味に解釈できると思ったんだ。
どういうこと？
This theory was new to Maho.
つまり2025年に俺がこの世を去るというのは別に死ぬわけじゃなくて、記念すべきタイムマシン初号機に乗り別の時空間へと無事に旅立ったことを意味していたのだ。
ものすごいポジティブシンキングだわ。
でも仮説としてはありだろう。世界は騙せる。別の世界線から届いたそのメッセージが俺に勇気を与えてくれた。これから俺がやろうとしているのはオペレーションスクルドの実証実験みたいなものでもあるんだ。
そう、確かにそうね。
But to Maho and the others, it was all the same. After 2025, Okabe Rintaro would be gone. He he would never come back. He wasn't saying it, but he knew it too. He stared at each of his friends for a moment in turn, as if to help him memorize their faces. Most of the founding members of Valkyrie and the former members of the Future Gadget Lab were here to see him go. Hashida Itaru, Akiya Rumiho, also known as Ferris Nyan, Rishibara Luka, Hyojo Maho, and standing quietly in the back, Hashida Yuki. A 7-year-old Hashida Suzuha was hiding behind her legs.
みんな今日まで俺みたいな男によくついてきてくれた。だが神の摂理を相手にした戦いはまだ続く。次は2036年だな。それまでよろしく頼む。ワルキューレの健闘を祈る。
As she listened to Okabe's final goodbye, Maho tried her best to stop herself from crying. She couldn't cry here. She decided long ago that she'd keep hope in her heart as she watched him go.
よし、そろそろ逃げた人質を捕まえに行くか。
鈴葉のこともよろしくな。
任せろ。こいつに乗せてあるカーブラックホールのトレーサーがあればきっとうまくいくさ。
That was a special device that only the C-193 was equipped with. It was capable of tracing the space-time distortion continuity created by a car black hole, anywhere from 70 million years in the past to the future. You could call it a time machine tracker. It had been specially designed to allow them to find another time machine. Of course, they had only one reason for making it. To find Shina Mayuri and Amane Suzuha, who had gone beyond the space-time horizon on Tanabata in 2011. They'd guessed that when the battery for the C-204 failed, it had lost the ability to properly time travel. So after finding them in C-193, Okabe would give them a spare battery and send them back to this time. If possible, he'd go too. If they could do that, this mission would be 100% complete. But doing that with this prototype time machine would be extremely difficult. Okabe had to have known that. Perhaps he was thinking of sacrificing himself to send Mayuri and Suzuha back to this time.
じゃあ行くよ。
おう。
待ってください。
The last member of the Future Gadget Lab, Shina Kaguri, came running to the floor.
かがり、姿が見えないと思ったらどこへ行ってたの？
ごめんなさい。これを取ってきたんです。オカリンさん、持っていてください。お守り。
Kaguri handed him a faded green Upa keychain.
いいのか？君の大切な宝物だろ？
はい。だからこそです。絶対に返してください。ママと一緒に。
わかった。必ず返すよ。
How's Kaguri here?
必ずな。
She's born. Okabe took the keychain and gave everyone one final firm handshake. Finally, he came to Maho.
元気で。
君もな、クリス。いや、マホ。
ねえ。
ん？
シュタインズゲートは実在すると思う？まゆりさんが死ぬことなく、そして クリスも犠牲にならない、そんな狭間の世界線が本当にあると思う？
It was the first time she asked that in 14 years, since the battle began on that year's Tanabata.
あるさ、絶対に。
Okabe Rintaro, Ho and Kyoma answered her with a smile. But his smile seemed so sad that Maho couldn't help but cry.
泣くなよ。
泣いてないわよ。
Maho gave him a hug and swore to herself that she'd never forget his warmth and conviction.
いってらっしゃい。
Okabe nodded a little.
よし、全員下がれ。これよりオペレーションを開始する。なお、作戦名はオペレーションアルタイルとする。
He shouted as if trying to raise his own spirits, not just everyone else's. And then he entered the cockpit of the FG C-193 time machine. Maho and the others quickly began the countdown sequence to start the time machine. Since this was a trial run too, they needed to record all the data they could get. A low roar enveloped the whole machine. The vibration and noise were so loud that the building shook a little. But as far as Maho could tell, the data was normal. The thick hatch of the time machine was slowly closing. And then there was the sharp sound of it sealing tight, cutting Okabe off from the rest of them forever.
うまくいくわよね。
大丈夫。京馬は必ずやり遂げるにゃ。
その通りです。不可能を可能にする人ですから。
ああ、それでこそ僕たちのオカリンなわけでね。
オカリンさん。
A rainbow-colored fog started to rise up around the machine. The sound of the engine grew so loud that it threatened to blow out their eardrums, and no one could hear a thing.
オカリン!
Itaru screamed, unable to hold back any longer.
お前の死が確定してるとか、んなことどうでもいい。やっぱここへ戻ってこい。
みんなずっと待ってるから。私も待ってるから。絶対に帰ってきなさい。
As they screamed, the machine started to fade away. And then... just as he promised on that distant day, he followed the two Orihimes. With a blinding flash of light, the time machine took off from the year 2025, heading for a time far away, and disappeared.
宇宙に始まりはあるが終わりはない。無限。星にもまた始まりはあるが自らの力を持って滅びゆく。有限。英知を持つ者こそ最も愚かであるのは歴史からも読み取れる。海に生ける魚は陸の世界を知らない。彼らが英知を持てばそれもまた滅びゆく。人間が光の速さを超えるのは 魚たちが陸で生活を始めるよりも滑稽。これはそんな神からの最後通告に抗った者たちによる執念のエピグラフ。
So sad and fleeting, can't be controlled like a river, never stops. Spaces, emptiness dark and so cold. Can you define its presence? Does it exist? We drift through the heavens, Hadena.
And I guess that's it. I guess those scenes from the first game where Mayuri was 70 million years in the past finally do make sense. I have a lot of mixed feelings about this game. I really love the original Steins Gate, and I think this adds to it. Maybe not in a way that I needed to play. I feel like I could have felt fine with how the original Steins Gate ended. The setup for this one makes following the plot so difficult at times. Like, I guess the individual lines don't really matter that much. I liked it though, but I think it was messy in a lot of places too. I think Yuki, or Kaguri being Yuki for like that final branch, didn't need to happen. Why was that in there? Just to make things confusing? Also, Joker's laying on the controller. Hold on. That didn't really make a lot of sense to me, or how it added to anything at all. I think getting a lot more backstory for Kurisu is nice. Maho was a nice new character. Everyone else I could have done without, I believe. Poor Fubuki just got thrown in there as like a plot device for explaining reading Steiner. Who was the other one? Kade? Who the fuck is that even? Yeah, I don't know. It didn't really explain how the voice of God worked very well, which I feel like the first game would have went into great detail trying to explain how it worked. For how long it took, I feel like I have more questions going in or leaving this than I did going into it. It was nice playing some more Steins Gate though, because it may be my favorite game. And it's really hard to jump into something that's not quite as good as the original and not judge it harshly with how much I enjoyed the first. But yeah, I think the layout for this one was a big detriment. The endings mattered, but just like following along after like 40 hours of gameplay and trying to remember what happened in what branch without like writing everything down, which I did for the first game and probably should have done for this one. Made it really annoying to follow. Like the soundtrack for this game a lot. I talked about it a bunch. I hate that fucking clown song. I'll probably never, ever, ever, even on my own time, ever return to this game because of that song alone. The 2-month gap didn't help. Didn't really miss out on much though. It was mostly just like the Leskinen bad ending. And I think not having like a definitive point forward from the 5 different branches made it really confusing at the end, because why the fuck was Kaguri there? Why wouldn't Kaguri, well, I don't know. I mean, she could have lived from one of the other timelines, but you don't know where it picks up from for that beta finale where all the stuff comes together. Time to watch the anime. I've heard some mixed things about the Steins Gate Zero anime, and I've kind of avoided it. I tried watching a little bit of the original Steins Gate, and it's so abbreviated that it felt kind of dumb at first, and I didn't want to watch it. I might go back and see it. That might help explain things, I guess. There's also a new Steins Gate game in development, I suppose. Don't know where that's going or where that's gonna pick up, or if it will answer any questions. I guess we'll find out. I can't imagine what more there is besides going into like Steins Gate and making that indefinite future definite, I guess, which I guess is kind of against the point of the first game, so I don't think they do that. That's like the whole point of Steins Gate, right? It's to change the future into something unknown. So, either way, I'm gonna have to think on this one, I think, for a while. I have a lot of mixed feelings. But thank you for being patient with me and sticking through Steins Gate Zero. I know Steins Gate isn't everyone's favorite stream. A lot of people kind of hate visual novels. And you know what? There's some times where I hated playing this game too. So I can understand that, but I'm glad I finished it, and I will be back, not tomorrow, because that's my day off. I'll be back with something. What it'll be, I don't know. I have a day to think about it. Anyways, bye friends. I will see you soon. I'll play my favorite Steins Gate Zero song one last time for the end here. There we go. There we go. Enjoy. Hey.